Commissioner Pika,
Here.
Commissioner Robbins,
Here.
Commissioner Huber,
Here.
Commissioner Von Hoff,
Here.
Commissioner Henches is absent with approval.
With notice.
Notice. Commissioner Watson,
Here. Next thing is introductions. To my left is Brad Davis, our planning manager. Also adjacent to him is our deputy clerk, Rachel Noshbosh. And I see in the audience, I have Marty Schmidt, our zoning administrator, Greg Wagner, our principal planner, and Nathan Hall, our associate planner. And to my right there is our county commissioner, Tom Wolf. Okay, next thing on the agenda is approval of September 12th, 2022 minutes. Everybody's had a chance to review the minutes. Is there any additions or deletions or corrections, please?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
there's an item at the end of this general and adjourn, the last item in these minutes, and it has a motion by Commissioner Von Hoff, seconded by Commissioner Von Hoff. I think that's just an error. I would ask the deputy clerk to correct that.
Okay, thank you. Any other corrections or additions to those minutes? Not with that correction, all in favor of the approval of the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Not in favor, say nay. The minutes have been approved. Okay, next thing is a public hearing, PL number 2023-016, request for variance for the required 66 feet of lot frontage on a publicly maintained street and a variance from the required 150 foot of lot width to create a residential lot. Mark Meyer-Bachtel as applicant, and Donna and Margaret Meyer-Bachtel Living Trust dated July 15, 2020, property owners in Section 20 of Blakely Township. And Nathan, you're going to handle this introduction?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. So the subject property is located in Section 20 of Blakely Township. It includes productive acreage along with some bluff areas that lead to a DNR protected water course that runs through the south part of the parent parcel. The parcel is approximately 132 acres, but it has limited frontage on a publicly maintained road. Keystone Lane, which is a gravel township roadway, does dead end there at the site. And it leaves about 33 feet of frontage on the roadway. And the applicant, Mark Meyer-Bachtel, would like to create a home site on his family's property. The applicant will be proposing the rezoning of the property from A1 to A3. That'll be later on the PIC's agenda. And a preliminary and final plat will be proposed in the future so that a buildable lot could be created from this larger agricultural parcel. So to create the lot in the A3 Agricultural Preservation Density District, a minimum of 66 feet of frontage on a publicly maintained road is required. Additionally, the lot needs to have at least 150 feet of frontage between the front setback and the home site. These limitations prevent the applicant from creating a buildable lot on his family's property unless a variance from the lot width and street frontage requirements is provided. The applicant is requesting a variance from this requirement that all lots shall front on a publicly maintained street for a minimum of 66 feet. The unique shape and topography of the parent parcel would eliminate the applicant's ability to subdivide and build a home on the parcel if a variance was not provided. All other performance standards would be met when the property is subdivided, and the remaining non-buildable outlot may be kept as farmland and would be accessible through an easement. The remaining parcel would not be buildable because it would not have that frontage requirement. Blakely Township did recommend approval of the request at their recent meeting. And they note that there would need to be an area for vehicles to turn around at the end of Keystone Lane. County staff is recommending approval of the requested variance based on the 8 criteria that are listed in the staff report.
Thank you. Any questions from this board regarding this variance?
Mr. Chair? What, a variance to what are the feet of the new, what are they asking for instead of the 66 and 150?
Right. Mr. Chair, Commissioner Robbins, so they are requesting, the applicant is present, so they may be able to speak more directly to it, but we do now have a survey. We did not have this at the time of the report, and so it does appear that they are requesting that 33 feet of width and 33 feet of frontage
Thank
on the
you,
roadway.
thank you.
Any other question from the board?
So, Mr. Chair, I have a question regarding the variance along with, is the variance also granted to the lake side also? To the access to the lake?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hussein, there is a DNR protected water course that runs several hundred feet south of where the where this new lot would be created, but there isn't
They talk about something like access to the lake.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hussein, there is one of the things that is mentioned there in the staff report, and someone can correct me if there's something that I'm missing here, but there is need for an access to the remaining outlot, and so at the time that they would plat this property, they would need to make sure that there's access to that outlot.
Any other question from the board? Nathan, I have one question. You know, we're not high on flag lots, but I assume the reason for this is the lack of the extension of the road.
Right. Yeah, Mr. Chair, the reason for the variance is this property has existed in this as it has been for a long time. The extension of the roadway here is not really deemed feasible in this instance. Blakely Township, we did have a development review team meeting that included the applicant and Blakely Township, and this was determined to be the approach that they would like to take.
Okay, thank you. Any other question from this board? If not, this is a public hearing. Anybody like to address the board regarding this variance? Please come to the podium, state your name, sign in, and address the board. If no one's coming up to address the board, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
We close the public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Not in favor, say nay. Public hearing is closed, and your wishes on this variance.
Mr. Chair, based on the 8 hardship criteria for granting a variance, I recommend approval of the requested variance from the required 66 feet of lot frontage on a publicly maintained street and variance from the required 150 feet lot width, noting that the two conditions of approval.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the variance. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. None in favor, say nay. The variance has been approved. Okay, last thing on our agenda is election of officers for the Board of Adjustment. We're going to elect a chair, vice chair, and secretary of board. So I'll open up nominations for the chair of the Board of Adjustment.
Mr. Chair, I move that I nominate Commissioner Huber for Chair of the Board of Adjustment.
Is there any other nominations? Any other nominations? Any other nominations? None? Do I have a motion to close the board?
For nomination.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close the nomination for chair. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Not in favor, say nay. Okay, as far as this vote on Mr. Huber being chair of the Board of Adjustment, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Not in favor, nay. Mr. Huber is now the chair for 2023. I guess congratulations to myself. Open nomination for vice chair, Board of Adjustment.
Mr. Chair, I nominate Commissioner Henges for Vice Chair of the Board of Adjustment.
Do I have any other nominations? Any other nominations? Any other nominations? Not to have a motion to close.
Second.
A motion and a second to close the Board of Adjustment for Vice Chair. All in favor, say aye. Aye. None in favor, say nay. Okay, as far as Donna Henches being voted for the Vice Chair, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
None in favor, say nay. Donna Henches, she's not here, but she will be the new Vice Chair. Last thing, open nomination for Secretary of Board of Adjustment.
Mr. Chair, I move that the Deputy Clerk to the Board of Adjustment, I nominate the Deputy Clerk to the Board of Adjustment for Secretary of the Board.
Do I have any other nominations? Any other nominations? Any other none? Do I have a motion to close?
I make the motion.
I have a motion and a second to close the Board of Adjustment for Secretary. Board of Adjustment, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
None in favor, say nay. And let's vote on Deputy Clerk being Secretary, Board of Adjustment. All in favor, say aye. Aye. None in favor, say nay. Okay? That's it for voting. Any other questions, Brad? Okay, I'm going to motion to close the public hearing for the Board of Adjustment. So moved. Second. Motion and a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to close Board of Adjustment. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Not in favor? Board of Adjustment is closed. Now passing on to Planning Commission.
Good evening and welcome to the Scott County Planning Advisory Commission meeting for April 10th, 2023. I call this meeting to order at this time. I'll start with the roll call.
Commissioner Hussein,
Yes.
Commissioner Pika,
Here.
Commissioner Robbins,
Here.
Commissioner Huber,
Here.
Commissioner Von Hoff,
Here.
Donna Henshins is absent with notice. Commissioner Watson,
Here.
Thank you. As noted, at the end of the podium is our planning manager, Brad Davis. Next to him is our deputy clerk to the board, Rachel Nosbush. In the audience is our county commissioner, Tom Wolf, there on that side of the room. And we also have staff sitting in the audience area. Brad Davis, our planning manager, is there. Nathan Hall, our associate planner, is there. And Greg Wagner, our senior planner, is also there this evening. The next item is our approval of our March 13th Planning Advisory Commission meeting minutes. The commissioners have all been sent copies of the meeting minutes. I have an opportunity to review them. Are there any corrections, additions, or deletions to the minutes as printed? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion at this time and a second to approve the minutes of March 13th.
So moved.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion by Commissioner Pika, second by Commissioner,
I second.
oh, okay, by Commissioner Robbins. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
The minutes are approved. At this time, we will consider two items on our consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered by the Planning Commission to be routine and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a Planning Commission board member or public member so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda to be considered separately. This is a public hearing, and I'm opening the public hearing at this time. So I will read the two. These will be approved without any further discussion in the consent agenda unless you would like them removed. Okay, our first one is 2023-0717, request for rezoning of 40 acres from A1 Agricultural Preservation District to A3 Agricultural Preservation Density District. Mark Meckenball, applicant, and Don and Margaret Meckenball, Living Trust, dated July 15th, 2020, are the property owner, in Section 20 of the Blakely Township. Would anyone like that removed from the consent agenda for separate consideration? Okay. Second item we have this evening for the consent agenda is number 2023-012, a request for an interim use permit for dogs and cats luxury pet boarding to operate a commercial kennel for boarding up to 25 dogs. Dogs and cats luxury pet boarding applicant Daniel and Carmen Brinkman, property owners. in Section 34 of St. Lawrence Township. Would anyone like that removed from the consent agenda? Okay. Seeing that no one wants them removed from the consent agenda, these two items will be approved separately at this time. The first item is item 3.1, the request for rezoning of 40 acres from A1 Agricultural Preservation District to A3 Agricultural Preservation Density District. Mark Meyer Beckenthal, applicant, and Don and Margaret Beckenthal, Living Trust dated July 2020, property owned in Section 20 of Blakely Township. Do I have a motion to approve this?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Robbins. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Commissioner Huber. Is there any further discussion on this? This time I'll call for a vote. All in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
That has been approved. Second item, request for an interim use permit for dogs and cats, luxury pet boarding to operate a commercial kennel for boarding up to 25 dogs and cats, luxury pet boarding applicant, Daniel and Carmen Brinkman, property owners in Section 34 of St. Lawrence Township. Do I have a motion to approve this?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Watson, second by Commissioner Huber. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
That motion is approved as well. So those two items, if you're here for those, have been approved, those two requests. So thank you very much. We will now move on to our first public hearing this evening. It's number 2023-013, request for an amended conditional use permit to expand truck parking and preliminary plat and final plat of Holiday Chestnut Boulevard. Casey Beaton, applicant, and Holiday Station Stores LLC property owner in Section 15 of Jackson Township. And Nathan Hall will be making the staff presentation on this evening on this item. Good evening, Mr. Hall.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Chair. The subject property is located in Section 15 of Jackson Township. The main parcel is at the intersection of State Highway 41, also known as Chestnut Boulevard, and Highway 169. The main Holiday property exists as a 6.4 acre parcel. It includes a store, the fuel pumps, existing parking and truck parking and stormwater facilities. The adjacent 3.82 acre parcel that's being proposed for truck parking is currently a vacant outlot. The applicant is requesting to amend the conditional use permit to expand semi-truck parking at the store. The fuel service station has existed since the 1980s, and Holiday amended that CUP in 1997 to expand the diesel fueling service and parking for semi-trucks to the northeast of the main building. And due to increasing demand for large truck overnight parking, Holiday acquired the 3.82 acre property to the northwest of their main parcel in 2020, and they're requesting to add additional truck parking to that side of the fuel station. Now, the convenience store, gas station, and the truck stop, those are allowed uses under the conditional use permit, but the truck parking must be on the same parcel as the fuel sales. The truck parking cannot be a standalone use, and so therefore the lots are being combined into a single parcel through the proposed plat. The focus of this conditional use permit amendment is to expand the semi-truck parking from 25 stalls that are currently northeast of the station to a total of 42 stalls. This would be 17 new stalls proposed on the new property. So all traffic, it enters in here off of the Demcon intersection here at the stoplight off of State Highway 41 and enters into the site before they would have a new access here off of the Highway 41 frontage road, and they would be able to access the main Holiday site through here. And Excuse me, Mr. Chair. So as proposed, the new parking and paved drive surface would be located towards the southern end of the new parcel with drive aisles on either side of the stalls. They would be in the center there. The stalls that are proposed are 12 feet wide by 85 feet deep. All parking and driveways are 20 feet or further from the township road and state highway right-of-way as required by ordinance. The parking lot does slope from the southeast to the northwest, so that northwestern part of the parcel is where the stormwater facilities would be. The site is surrounded by public roadways on 3 sides, and the Holiday Station store is on the south side. Access to the property is adjacent to other commercial and industrial properties. Holiday is planning to install 27 trees on the new parcel around the area of the stormwater facility. And they will cluster the trees and shrubs off the west corner of the parking area. They're also proposing a 350-foot-long low screening wall of deciduous shrubs on the west side of the parking area. And the final height of that is proposed to be 5 to 7 feet tall, so that would help with screening truck headlights from vehicle traffic on the state highway. They're also proposing lighting as required by, that is in compliance there with the Scott County zoning ordinance for height standards and foot candle standards. The applicant has submitted a resource management plan and civil grading plans to address the stormwater rate volume control according to the standards of Chapter 6 of the Scott County zoning ordinance. As noted earlier, the site will drain from the southeast to the northwest to a large infiltration basin. And so both the township engineer and our county water resources engineer have reviewed the plans. And there has been a resubmission of the plans by the applicant, and our Scott County Scott County Natural Resources Department has had the chance to review that. And they note that it does appear to be in conformance with the requirements of the Chapter 6 of the Scott County zoning ordinance. The Scott County Environmental Services Department, which regulates septic systems in Scott County, has also reviewed the request, and they have indicated they have no issues with this proposed expansion, and that their septic system is currently in compliance with county regulations. Any outstanding items listed on the township engineer reviews of the CUP amendment have been listed as conditions of approval to be satisfied prior to county board consideration. It's also noteworthy that county zoning ordinance requires a $5,000 financial guarantee to ensure the installation of these stormwater facilities and landscaping. Jackson Township was hoping to have a final meeting with the applicant at their meeting last week. My understanding is that did not happen as planned. Any condition listed in the Jackson Township recommendation and engineer review of the project is listed as a condition to be satisfied prior to county board consideration, and so they would need to have that any items addressed with the township before we would schedule this for the county board meeting. And subject to the conditions of approval, the conditional use permit appears to conform to the zoning ordinance, and therefore county staff recommends approval of the conditional use permit based on the criteria for approval listed in the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Any questions for Mr. Hall at this time? Is the applicant here? You know? The only question I would have, and maybe you can answer it, Mr. Hall, are they planning on putting video surveillance on this lot?
Mr. Chair, I don't have an answer for that. That was not something that was discussed at our development review team meeting or other meetings.
Okay, well, be highly advised on this significant reduction in in crime when you put video surveillance, and I'm sure they have it on the station. So it would not be a significant move to put it on the lot as well. Be my recommendation. So,
Got one question.
yeah,
Chair?
go ahead.
So if you're adding 17 parking spaces, it's like adding 17 bedrooms, basically. I assume people would be sleeping in these rigs and stuff overnight, probably, could be.
Yeah, so, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Pika, the applicant does note that these would be used for both daytime parking as people come through and use the store, but also for overnight parking, so.
So if the septic tank or if it's in compliance now, I guess my question is, would that be with that in consideration that you're adding more to that septic system? And if it is, could that area between the parking and 41, could that be designated for a future site just in case something would fail on that septic system?
Yep, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Pika, the area between the parking and Highway 41 there, there are some easements there. There is going to be a lot of grading there. So I don't believe that's proposed for any septic. However, the Environmental Services Department, they have reviewed this. They did not have any issues with it or note that it would be going over the.
And there's no second site at this time for future?
Oh, I should
second
note,
site.
Commissioner Pika, that there is over to the, see if we can find a good aerial. So if we look on this aerial here, we can see where the trucks are parked up here, the current truck parking area. So behind here is the septic area, and so there is a existing primary and there is an existing alternate there
Perfect.
as well. So,
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner
Mr.
Hussain?
Chair, I have concern about the availability of the wireless and the internet there, because that's like with the enhanced traffic and especially with the enhanced traffic coming and stopping there, the communication means how we can make sure that the communication means this wireless and internet, it's available there at that station.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hussain, and so that is not something that we have considered with this request, but that is something that perhaps the commission would like to note to the applicant that there would be a lot of customers using this, maybe using the internet for longer periods of time, and that could be something that they consider.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, this is a public hearing. If anyone would like to make comment on this application, they can come up to the podium. There is a sign-up sheet. We'd ask that you start with your name and your comments. Not seeing anybody rushing up to the podium, I'm going to assume that no one wants to make a comment at this time. So I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Huber, second by Commissioner Pika. All in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, based on the criteria for approval listed in the staff report, I recommend approval of the conditional use permit amendment for the Holiday Station Stores LLC and the preliminary and final plat, noting that this recommendation is subject to the conditions listed in the staff report and must be satisfactorily addressed prior to county board's consideration. Although not part of the motion, I would strongly suggest video surveillance.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Watson, second by Commissioner Robbins. Any further discussion? At this time, I'll call for a vote on the motion before us. All in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes. Our next item this evening is number 2023-015, request for a conditional use permit amendment to add temporary outdoor commercial recreation volleyball courts and modify patio seating area at Shakopee Bowl LLC, applicant and property owner, in section 22 of Louisville Township. And Mr. Wagner, Greg Wagner, will be making the staff report this evening. Good evening, Mr. Wagner.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. On the screen is the site location map of the Shakopee Bowl property in Section 22 of Louisville Township. Property is located just to the east of US Highway 169 and kind of south of County Road 78, the area we were just talking about with Holiday Gas Station. Property has frontage on the south side on 133rd Street West, which is a township road. That's where it gains access, which I'll show you in a minute, and then also frontage on Louisville Road. There's two properties highlighted here because Shakopee Bowl is on the rectangular property to the east, and they newly acquired the parcel to the west in December of 2022, adding it to their facility. So here you see the aerial of the Shakopee Bowl property, and then the new parcel here was created a couple of years ago when Louisville Road was constructed and essentially split this property. And like I said, that's been newly acquired by the Shakopee Bowl ownership. The request before the commission tonight is to amend the site plan for the conditional use permit to add outdoor volleyball courts. Previously on the site plan, you can see the bowling alley structure here. The volleyball courts that previously were there last year were just to the west of the building. And now the owner has modified the site and is looking to replace those volleyball courts with 3 new courts that would be just located to the west of the parking lot as shown here. Shakopee Bowl, or the previous bowling alley operation, has been around since the 1980s. Prior to the location, actually where the volleyball courts are now proposed, this was like a softball field, so it has been utilized for outdoor commercial recreation in the past. The existing CUP allows operation of the bowling alley, which is administrative use, the restaurant bar within the bowling alley, which is the conditional use, indoor commercial recreation, the bowling alley, and then the outdoor commercial recreation, which includes the wiffle ball fields and the volleyball courts. So as indicated, there's a wiffle ball field to the south. This was recently converted to another wiffle ball field, and now the owner is proposing to replace with some temporary courts for the 2023 season. As shown on the site plan here, there would be 2 light poles on the western side of the courts that would face back to the east. Those are similar to the light poles that are currently being used both in the parking lot and around the wiffle ball. So they do meet the standards of the county zoning ordinance. I do want to point out, so in your packet, we had used a previous version. When the CUP was amended a couple of years ago, there was some language that staff had included, and then after meeting with the township had recommended some modifications. The conditions in your packet were a previous version, so what I'm showing here on the screen is actually what was adopted and is currently under the CUP. The only change is really condition number 3. It separates out the outdoor commercial recreation under item A, and then outdoor events, which the applicant has not really had an outdoor event that would require a separate permit. And then defines under condition number 7 the areas that can be used for the volleyball courts, the patio seating, outdoor commercial wiffle ball fields. So we've updated that to indicate 2 wiffle ball fields and then the 3 volleyball courts that they're having now. And so the conditions that are on the screen are the ones that are currently in the approved CUP that we're modifying with this site plan. The applicant also, around the front entrance of the site, over the last couple of years, has made some safety improvements. If people have been out there, there's a large entrance patio, and he's installed some kind of safety, large concrete baseball safety bollards. So he's gonna, with the volleyball courts and a lot of people, migrating through this area, there's some handicap parking along the building. That's gonna be moved down to the main parking area, and then this is gonna be more of a pedestrian walkway for safety of people moving outside the building. The applicant did meet last week with the Louisville Town Board, and the Township Board did recommend approval of the request to modify, expand the outdoor commercial recreation and add the 3 sand volleyball courts. I would stand for any questions. The applicant and representatives from the township are here as well.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Questions?
Yeah, Mr.
Commissioner
Chair,
Robbins.
I don't know if it's for you or for the applicant. I'm curious about who will use this. I'm assuming it'll be people from Shakopee or other people, probably from other towns. And I'm assuming that there's a demand for that, and that's why this is going.
Come up here. I could probably answer, but I'll let the owner answer.
How you doing? Dave Johnson, owner, Shakopee Bowl. The people using it will be the Shakopee Volleyball Association. They're going to have youth volleyball there on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday night. And we're going to be having our own adult co-ed leagues on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday nights.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah,
Commissioner Hussain?
Mr. Chair, are there adequate restroom and shower facilities there? Because with the sand volleyball, people will, I presume people will need to be cleaned up after playing that. So are you enhancing those facilities?
Yeah, we're gonna put a water line, just cold water out there with a little spigot so they can wash off their feet. So that'll be out there. There won't be bathrooms, it'll be inside the building.
So you are not increasing the bathroom facilities specifically for these?
We won't, for the volleyball, I don't think we'll need to, no, because our use goes down with no bowling as much in the summertime, and then it kind of evens out.
Any other
Yeah, I'm
questions
done.
from?
Thank
okay,
you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. If anyone would like to make comment on this application, they can come up to the podium and ask your questions, or make your comments. Seeing as no one's appearing to be interested in making a comment on this application, I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
I make a motion to close. Move.
Commissioner Pika, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Robbins. All in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? At this time, I'll entertain motion for action on this item before us.
Mr. Chair, based on criteria for approval listed in the staff report, I recommend approval of the conditional use permit amendment for Shakopee Bowl LLC to expand the outdoor commercial residential use and add 3 sand volleyball courts, and noting the town board has recommended approval.
I have a motion by Commissioner Huber. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Robbins. Is there any further discussion before I call for a vote? At this time, all in favor of this motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Your application has been approved. Thank you very much. Our next item this evening is a request to rezone 10 acres from rural residential reserve RR1 to rural residential single-family RR2 and preliminary and final plat approval of Smargard Oaks consisting of 3 lots on 12.1 acres. Paul K. and Kathleen Smargard, applicant and property owners, in section 27 of Spring Lake Township. And Marty Schmitz, our planning administrator, manager, will be making the staff report. Good evening, Mr. Schmidt.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. On the screen is our site location map for the parcel proposed for rezoning and plat. Property is located in Section 27, Spring Lake Township. It's about 4.5 miles south of the city of Prior Lake. Property is about a third of a mile to the west of County Road 23 or Panama Avenue here, and about a quarter mile to the east of Fish Lake. Adjacent developments include the Canterbury Woods plat here to the west of the parcels and the Hickory Hollow development here to the south. Parcels, there's 2 parcels that make up the property. The southern parcel consists of about 2 acres and it's part of the Hickory Hollow development. It's Outlot A. That parcel is already zoned RR2, which allows development at 1 home per 2.5 acres. The Small Guard residential property to the north is about 10 acres in size. That property includes the Small Guard's home, and it's zoned RR1. That parcel needs to be rezoned to RR2 to accommodate the 2.5 acre lot size development. That RR2 development, or that RR2 zoning, is consistent with the zoning of the Canterbury Woods development here to the west, the Hickory Hollow to the south, and also these smaller lots to the east of the development. So it'll be consistent with the surrounding land uses. On the south east side of the development, you'll see a short stub street here that was platted as part of the Hickory Hollow development. That stub street is intended to eventually connect with 206th Street to the north. And you'll be seeing later in the preliminary plat documents and the final plat documents that right-of-way is being dedicated to accommodate that connection in the future. There's not a plan to construct it at this time, but it is going to be platted so that connection can be made in the future. Jump now. Here's an aerial photo of the property. Hickory Hollow is down here to the south, Hickory Trail, 206th Street coming in here on the northeast corner. Mr. Smallguard's house is located here on the eastern portion of the property with access out to 206th Street. There are a couple wetlands on the property to the north and west. There's a larger wetland here, and then there's also a wetland down in the southeast corner here. These wetlands have been delineated, and the Scott County Soil and Water Conservation Office has accepted that delineation. So we have all that wetland delineation completed for the property. The 2 lots proposed to be created would be over here on the western portion of the property with access down to Hickory Trail. Here is the preliminary plat. Here you'll see where the right-of-way is being dedicated to complete that connection between Hickory Trail and 206th Street. So right-of-way will be dedicated so that connection could be made in the future. Mr. Smallguard's house is located here on the larger lot, Lot 3. So a little over 5 acres, I think it's about 5.5 acres. The 2 lots that are proposed to be created are lots 1 and 2 on the western side of the property. These lots are a little over 3 acres in size. The applicant has identified possible house location on each lot and a primary and alternate drain field site on each parcel as well. You did receive a memo from Scott County Environmental Health regarding their review of the septic sites. There needs to be some adjustments made to accommodate conservation easements around the wetland, a setback to the applicant's well here, and also to accommodate some steeper slopes on the septic site as well. The applicant is working with his surveyor and his site evaluator to address those comments. If for some reason they wouldn't be able to be addressed, these 2 lots would probably be combined into 1 if we're not able to meet all the requirements of our Environmental Health Office. You also received a comment memo from Megan Tasca, our natural resources engineer. The main topic of her memo is identifying 100-year flood elevations for the wetlands on the property. We need those elevations to identify low floor elevations for the home sites here and here. They must be, low floor must be 1 foot above that 100-year. Also to make sure our septic sites stay out of that 100-year flood elevation. And Mr. Smallguard has been in communication with Megan regarding those comments and the likelihood he'll be hiring a civil engineer to identify those 100-year flood elevations. This is a view of the final plat. Again, the right-of-way shown here on the eastern side of the plat being dedicated. Wetlands down here in the southeast corner and the north and northwest area are identified as being in drainage utility easements. The Township of Spring Lake will be hearing this request at their meeting on Thursday night and making a recommendation. The plat won't be forwarded to the county board until we get that recommendation from the township, and all comments of, the Natural Resource Department, Environmental Health Department, and the township have been addressed. Also, in your package, you received a comment letter from adjacent landowner in the Hickory Hollow development. That comment letter suggesting that the two lots that front on Hickory Trail here join the Hickory Hollow HOA, feeling that these lots benefit from the high-quality development that Hickory Hollows is, also benefiting from streetlights that were put in as part of the Hickory Hollow development. The lots would take access from a road that was put in as part of the Hickory Hollow development. So they would like to see those two lots because they feel they're essentially a part of that development, join their homeowners association. You also got a comment memo from the applicant in your folders here tonight, essentially stating the reasons he would prefer not to be part of that HOA, and I'm sure he can articulate those reasons here when I conclude with my presentation. The county has not in the past required a development to join an adjacent development's HOA. And actually, in this particular case, our county attorney is saying we don't have the authority to require the developer to join the adjacent development's HOA. Could it happen? Sure, if the developer and the HOA come to an agreement on their own, but it wouldn't involve the county. That concludes my presentation. The applicant is here along with the township. If there's any, I'll stand for any questions.
Just for clarification, Mr. Smith, on the original HOA documents that I reviewed, it didn't look like these properties were included in this development. Is that correct?
That's what the applicant is indicating as well. We didn't want to get into making that determination, Mr. Chairman, because it's not a requirement of the county that they join. So we didn't want to get into making a decision as to whether, the Outlot A was part of the HOA document or not. So we didn't make an interpretation on that.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Mr. Chair, Marty, I just have one question. And you probably said it, but the 100-year flood for the lowest floor elevation is 1 foot or 2 foot in this county?
In Scott County, the low floor has to be 1 foot above 100-year
1
flood.
foot, thank you.
Commissioner Robbins?
Mr. Chair, Marty, maybe I missed it, but what will the applicants be doing with this property?
Well, they'll be used for residential purposes, so he will be marketing those properties for somebody to come in and build a home on for residential.
To build a home on it?
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, that's all.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. At this time, this is a public hearing. If you'd like to come up and comment on this application before us, you can come up to the podium. There is a sign-up sheet at the podium here. And please start with your name.
Are you calling on me?
No, I haven't. Did you want,
You can address first.
yeah. Did you want to make comment? Yes. I didn't know if you wanted to make comment. Okay, you certainly can come up at any point and make comment.
Sure, thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, my name is Gary Shelton, and I am a resident. I live at 20810 Hickory Lane in the Hickory Hollow development. Marty commented on the fact that he included my letter, which was sent to the township, which I also forwarded on to Marty, in your packet, so you've had the ability to review that. I'd like to just walk through what has transpired and what my position is on this particular request for rezoning and platting of this property. Marty, can you bring back up the aerial view for just a second? I could probably figure it out, but it's likely better if you do. There we go. For point of reference,
Gary,
this property down here, down at the bottom.
use that right there,
Can't see that.
because they can't see that.
Okay,
Let's
I'm
use
sorry.
that.
So this property down here is my house. So I live directly across Hickory Trail from the property in question, or from the proposed development. On Saturday, March 4th, I received a letter from Planning and Zoning from Marty regarding the public hearing scheduled for, or not March, Saturday, February 4th, the public hearing that was initially scheduled for February 13th here before the Planning Commission. I have some experience in working with the county and understood that it would first be heard at the township board meeting, which is the normal process. And in February, the township board meeting was on the 9th, which would have preceded the planning and zoning meeting. And having just a few days, only 5 days from the notice to that first hearing, I penned that letter that I sent off to the township officers indicating that, you know, it was my belief that it would be appropriate and equitable for these two lots to be required to be part of the homeowners association. The reasoning behind that is not just simply the fact that the homeowners association exists, and that I do believe that these properties will benefit from that existence, in that there is added value to any property in a township that comes off of a paved road, that has street lighting, which is not normal within most developments out of the township, and which has a keystone monument that's well lit and well maintained as an entrance to the development. And certainly whoever ends up buying these properties and owning these properties and building a home there, at some point in time when somebody says, "Where do you live?" there's no doubt in my mind that they're going to say, "I live in Hickory Hollow," because for all intents and purposes, they will live in Hickory Hollow. They will have no different neighborhood than what I have. In addition to which, the homeowners association itself was a requirement of this planning commission, of the township, and of the county board. By its own ordinance, the county requires that streetlights be put at new roads that intersect township roads, that intersect county roads. And so if you look at the developer's contract that was signed and agreed to by the township, this planning commission, the county board, back in 2003, 2004 timeframe when Hickory Hollow was developed, that contract required by ordinance that the street light be put in at 23, County Road 23 and Hickory Trail, the street that these residences will access off of. And it further required that a homeowners association be established to maintain and operate these lights. That is the exact wording in that particular development contract, to maintain and operate these lights. I do know that Marty, doing his due diligence, sent this to the county attorney for review. I know the county attorney staff that worked on this in all likelihood. I'm not actually surprised by the position that the county took. And in March 28th, I believe it was, I got an email from Marty indicating, in essence, what he relayed to the Planning Commission here, that the position of the county attorney was that the county didn't have the authority to require that this be part of an existing HOA, or to even require that it create a new HOA, because there was no requirement for a developer's contract, because the developer is not putting in any new infrastructure. To some extent, I agree with that interpretation. In many ways, I don't. For the county attorney and the county to take the position that they have no part in what goes on with this particular HOA, I think is both unfair and not necessarily any type of settled law. I believe it's unfair because what the county essentially did by ordinance is require that the people who live in this development be taxed. We set the tax upon ourselves. It's whatever the amount of the HOA fee is, but that money is used to maintain and operate these lights. It's a minimal tax. We pay $10 a month. because it requires very little to maintain and operate the lights, or to even maintain the keystone at the beginning of, at the entrance to that park. But in essence, what the county is saying is that, yes, we required you to establish an HOA. We required that the HOA pay for the operation and maintenance of public infrastructure. This isn't just infrastructure for us, this is infrastructure for anybody that uses that. It's why it's required, because it's a safety issue that I support. I think having a light at those intersections is a very good thing. It makes driving a county road much safer, the same as turn lanes, the same as bypass lanes, which were also required for this development. However, the county doesn't want to pay for those streetlights. I tend to agree with that as well. The township doesn't want to pay for streetlights, but if you're going to have public infrastructure, it has to be maintained. The solution to that was create a homeowners association and require the homeowners association to pay for that. In the memo that Marty sent to me, the county attorney's position was they couldn't require that these properties be part of that HOA, that they don't have the legal authority to do that. They based that in part on, we're not requiring a developer's agreement. The township's not requiring a developer's agreement. Why? Well, the township only requires it if it's 5 or more lots. This is only 3, one of which is already built on. The county doesn't require it because there's no added infrastructure. And perhaps this is the first time this situation has ever come up. So the county would not be outside of its authority to require a developer's contract and to require that these 2 lots be part of that HOA. To say that anything else would be, from my perspective, the same as saying, and these 2 lots will not have to pay township taxes to maintain Hickory Trail either. It's just public infrastructure, and the fact that everybody else in the township pays for that public infrastructure, well, that's okay. But these 2 lots don't have to. I don't see that as being any different than saying these 2 lots don't have to pay for the lighting that was required to be put in, that was required to be maintained, that is required to be operated in order to be functional, but they're exempted from that. Everybody else that lives in this neighborhood is not exempted from that, but these 2 properties are. I think that's unfair. I think it's unequitable. I think that it would be appropriate to require that. In addition, in Marty's initial email to me, he stated that Outlot A was not part of the homeowners association. I challenged that. I sent back to him information from the CC&R, from the covenants and restrictions placed on Hickory Hollow. And yes, if a quick reading of that, you don't see the outlot mentioned in there. You don't see Outlot A specifically pointed out as being a part of it. That does not necessarily mean that it's not. It means that it's not mentioned in the preamble. If you read the definitions within the HOA, specifically 1.7, which defines what is a lot, and if you read Article 2 of the covenants and restrictions, specifically what's covered under the HOA, what is or isn't a part of the HOA, the way it defines lot would include outlot. It speaks to all the parcels of land shown upon the plat of Hickory Hollow as recorded with the county recorder's office. That outlot is clearly shown on that plat. When you go down to Article 2, which is those things that are covered, it also speaks to the lots shown on the plat. So I think that there's a very good argument that that outlot is already a part of the homeowners association, and that neither the county nor the township nor this commission has the authority to take it out of the HOA. And I've made the argument with Marty, the county attorney staff, and others that I don't think the county should be complicit in smashing through the requirements of the HOA. I did attend the February 9th meeting of the Township Board to learn that the Smoggards had asked that this be removed from their agenda. My assumption is that, as surprised as I was to learn that this development was being proposed out there, that they were equally surprised to see that anybody was going to be opposed to it or that anybody was bringing anything up, because I can clearly understand, and I think the Smoggards have stated, that they don't believe that the outlot is part of the HOA, and that nobody's told them that was, the HOA never approached them. And so it's not fair to now say, oh, it's part of the HOA. I have consulted a number of attorneys. To be frank, 8 different attorneys. Some who I knew, some who I just hired to review this. And one might ask, why would you go see 8 different attorneys? You know, quite honestly, because you get 8 different opinions. And my experience has been, you're best off to listen to each of those opinions, understanding that none of them are probably absolutely correct, to form your own understanding. 5 of them indicated to me that after their review, and I'm certain it wasn't a detailed review because I was not paying them a great deal of money, but that after their review, they believed that the definitions and Article 2 was controlling, not the preamble. And that therefore, even though the outlot wasn't specifically cited in the preamble, that it was still part of the HOA, and that we were likely, if we wanted to litigate this, that we would likely prevail in court. I had indicated to Marty that I might seek an injunction before a county board meeting so that this matter could be determined ahead of a county board meeting. I also had asked the county attorney's staff to put in a requirement. You have requirements proposed saying this has to be resolved prior to it going to the county board. I'm not sure why this issue couldn't be listed as one of those, this needs to be resolved before it goes to the county board. 2 attorneys, in essence, told me, this is a pretty poorly written CC&R. It's clearly a cut and paste from another CC&R, and even poor cut and paste because according to the CC&R, Ray Fox Edition, where Commissioner Wolf lives, actually owns the monument and the common properties in Hickory Hollow because somebody forgot to take out the Gray Fox Edition. So if you look at the document filed with the recorder regarding Hickory Hollow, in several places it references Gray Fox, which would tell me that it was a pretty sloppy cut and paste. But they said it's ambiguous. They're not certain how a court might view this. One of them describing it as a coin toss. They said it could go either way. And one of them said exactly the opposite of everybody else. They said the preamble is going to be controlling. You could certainly litigate it, spend a lot of money litigating it, but you're highly likely to lose. The delay from February 9th to today also gave me the opportunity, because I hadn't really had the opportunity before the 9th, to actually review what the Smuggards were proposing, to look at the property itself, to look at, and I drove several times over to 206 where the Smuggards property is. I've walked along the different boundaries. I was able to actually review, by downloading it off of the county's website, the proposal. And as much as I would like to see this be a part of our HOA, because I have, I think, very legitimate concerns that if it's not part, what is developed there could end up being a detriment to the value of my property, a detriment to this neighborhood. And I think it is very, and the Smuggards, I think, simply want to sell this property, so they're not going to have any control once it's sold over what does or doesn't get built there. I would like to see it be something that fits within the neighborhood, that maintains the neighborhood as was required through the HOA. I'd like to see them have to pay for the streetlights, even though it's a nominal amount, and that's not a huge issue. But I also need to be fair in my own judgment to the Smuggards and to this process. And to be honest, after taking a very thorough look at this, while I think it is possible that I might be able to prevail in court with respect to whether or not Outlot A is or isn't in the homeowners association already, in reviewing the proposal, I think it's a moot question. And the reason I think it's a moot question is severalfold. In looking at overall what's being proposed, I'm trying to get this back up, but I don't think there we go, I got it where I wanted. When I look at, if you look at this particular piece of property here, the small line before the outlot, That, according to the Hickory Hollow plat map and according to the plat map submitted by the Smaggers, is a little over 115 feet of access directly from Hickory Trail and directly to the existing Smaggard property. I don't think in good conscience that I can sit here and say that should be required to be part of the HOA because it's land they already own. They are separating it into a different lot. If you look at their plat map, they're taking just a tiny sliver of the outlot and incorporating that. They don't really need to. It's big enough even without that little tiny sliver. But certainly, there was never a consideration within the CC&R that that would be part of the HOA. The third lot, the lot closest to 206, is where the Smaggards live. They come off of 206. They don't come off of Hickory Trail. Clearly, that's not appropriate to be part of the HOA, even though in their new lot, they'll have a piece of the outlot within their new property boundaries. I also looked at, because I have suggested, why can't this property just be accessed off of 206th? But when I drove over and looked at it, it's clear to me why that's not the preferred way. And so at best, even if I were to litigate it, the best I could hope to come out with is that the lot coming directly across from my house, sort of lined up where the street is, just a little bit kiltered from where the Hickory Trail is. The best I could hope for is that that lot would be part of the HOA, because clearly the other two wouldn't need to be, and no court would ever order the property that was never part of an HOA suddenly has to be part of an HOA. So as much as I would like to stand here and really argue that those two lots should be forced to be part of the HOA, and as much as I think it's unequitable for any lots to have the advantage that this particular HOA, which is relatively benign, has relatively low fees and always will. I only say that because when the HOA raised the fees from $5 to $10, it was a 3-hour discussion over $5. So I can't see it ever being anything more than just a few dollars, or even the need for more than a few dollars. I think it would be less fair and more unequitable to the Smaggards to put them past this particular process. And so I certainly hope that the Smaggards would look at some way of perhaps not being part of the association and not necessarily having those lots pay the $10, but putting some sort of reasonable covenants of their own on the land, for only they can do that, they're the owners of the land, that would keep it from being completely outside of what the current neighborhood looks like. And so with that, what I'm essentially asking, and wanted to be on record and make clear, is I'm asking you to disregard the letter that I sent, asking that this be forced into the homeowners association, because while I still disagree with Marty and the county attorney, which isn't something new, I've disagreed with them on plenty of things, I think the county has the authority and could do that, and I think it would be equitable to the people in the HOA. I just think it would, at the end of the day, be more unfair to the Smaggards, and I won't take that particular position. So I would certainly answer any questions if you have any, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton. Any questions?
Yeah,
Commissioner Robbins.
Chair, I just want to be frank. Mr. Shelton, what you're really saying is you started out saying you wish that they would join, but then you've looked at this and everything, and at the end you said we should disregard your letter, and that you're not arguing that they be compelled to join the HOA. Have I got that right?
You are correct. I started out hoping that the county and township would compel them. I think that you could. I don't think it would be fair to compel them. Would I like those two lots to be part of the HOA? I would.
Yeah.
But I don't think it would be fair at this point, based upon what I've learned, and I now have all the facts that I didn't have on February 6th.
right.
I think it would be unfair to push any further towards that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Shelton.
Thank you.
Comments? Are there any additional comments?
I'm Paul Smuggler, and I'll have to apologize for Marty because this house is not just mine, it's actually half my wife's too.
No, it's hers.
Yeah. What I do with my papers here? Oh, The only thing is, of course, it's obvious that my wife and I would prefer not joining the HOA. I feel a little bit of a piker because I haven't contacted nearly as many attorneys as Mr. Sheldon has. But based on the research that we've done, I think, we sent a note to both Township Board and the County Board that the title company.
Excuse me, can you?
Oh, sure.
into the-
I'm sorry.
Thank
The title company researched this and came to the conclusion that nowhere in the declaration does it lay claim to that the outlot is part of the original HOA. And we purchased the outlot from one of the previous developers, Mr. Dan O'Neill. And when we did the purchase, there was no talk about the HOA at all. We would prefer, of course, not joining the HOA, but we think it's reasonable for us to offer that opportunity to the purchasers of these two parcels, that if it's something that they desire, they could make application to join the HOA. These two parcels, I've done a little pricing on these parcels, and these parcels are probably not what you would call inexpensive. We're talking about a lot of money, and we just find it hard to believe that someone would pay a couple of $100,000 for a lot and put up a 1,000 square foot house. So I think that's a reasonable argument. Anyway, if you have any questions for us.
Thank you, Paul. Any questions, Mr. Smager? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I do have an additional.
No, absolutely, come up and,
About this, I don't like to speak in public,
well,
we've
we're just a
lived-
regular people here, so.
Yeah, we've lived in our home since 1983. And all of the land around us, all the way to Fish Lake, plus the 80 acres behind us was just natural land when we bought it. That's what appealed to us, is the possibility of just developing a piece of property, maybe having some animals if we wanted to, maybe some chickens. Several of our neighbors have chickens. Horses have been common on our little strip of land. We don't want to limit the people that want to purchase this land by an HOA that doesn't allow things like that. Our son built on the 10 acres just next to us, and he moved away and it was just sold to a family of 3. And they want to have chickens, and they want to have a big garden. And with the HOA, you can't have that stuff. It's more like a city development, and it's beautiful, and we're thankful for it. But we had a little different vision for our land, for the people that might want more than just a beautiful home on a lot built with the right bricks and colors and whatever. So we just like them to have the freedom of making that decision. And maybe they would want to be a part of an HOA. And we'd like to offer that to them, if that's okay with the HOA. But we don't want to require it. That's our stand. And we feel very sad that this has come up. We've never met Gary Shelton. He doesn't know how to pronounce our name. We've lived there 40 years. So we don't feel a real affinity right now because we don't know the people over there. So the approach was offensive and hurtful to us. Since we've been there, we've taken care of our land. We've removed thousands of buckthorn, developed a beautiful pond that has wildlife in it. And so anyway, it's our property. It's our wish to have people have freedom to choose how they develop it. And hopefully it will be beautiful. I think it will. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair.
Evening.
Honorable Commissioners. My name is Kurt Whitman. I'm Assistant County Attorney here at the county. And I just want to make some succinct comments, hopefully. Just to reiterate some things. One, Mr. Shelton is correct. You know, as Marty also stated, our position in the county attorney's office is that the county does not have authority to impose the HOA. The county's authority derives from a development agreement. The development agreement is imposed when there are public improvements that are required for the project, additional public improvements. There are no such additional public improvements for this proposed project. The original Hickory Hollow development, as has been discussed, did have public improvements, including the street lights that we've heard about. An HOA was imposed because of that, because within that context of the development agreement, the county has the power to say, you got to do an HOA to figure out how to pay for those public improvements. And that's what was done. I think an important point also is that there were two Hickory Hollow Hickory Hollow subdivisions before this current proposed project. There was Hickory Hollow 1, where that first HOA was implemented, and then outlots B, C, and D were developed, and a separate second HOA was formed. So those people who were in outlots B, C, and D with those lots were not forced into the first HOA, but they were in an HOA because there were additional public improvements for that second development. The second development did not, however, include those streetlights. So here we are in this proposed project. For Outlot A, there are no additional public improvements, and therefore there is no authority for the county to impose that. As Marty said, we're not getting into taking a position of, is Outlot A part of it, of the HOA or not? That's not within the purview of the county. That's the attorney's office position. I refer you to the applicant's letter. He reiterates in his statements. He talked to the title company. He's consulted with the attorney. I also know, I did look at this issue, that declaration, the CC&Rs, is not recorded on his property. So that's not an issue really for us, the county, to decide, or for you to decide. That's a private issue, and the county does not have the power to enforce those private covenants. So I just wanted to make those points. Thank you very much. If you have any further questions, I'm happy to answer those as well.
Mr. Chair, I just have one question regarding public improvements. When they build a subdivision, the developer builds the street and things like that, and the township maintains it. Why don't they maintain, I can understand putting lighting in, but why wouldn't the township handle the maintenance of the lighting? So it's just like the road.
Right, and the township is handling that. The first HOA is covering the maintenance of the streetlights, and that's where the costs are being covered. The second HOA was not made to join that first HOA and contribute to those costs. It's the first HOA that is maintaining that streetlight.
I guess I just don't understand why the HOA has to pay for maintenance. That would be like the road has to pay for maintenance of the road.
Right, well, actually, it's an option, according to our ordinance. Our ordinance basically says the county's not paying for it, so either the township pays or the HOA pays, and the township said, we don't want to pay for it, so that's why the HOA pays.
Then why would you put the infrastructure on that? Why would you put the lighting in?
Well, because it's a required part of the project.
I guess I don't follow why the township or the county doesn't handle it, but that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Shelton?
Chair, Commissioners, if I could address a couple things that the county attorney got clearly wrong. For openers, he says there's two HOAs. There's not. There's one. I don't disagree with his assertion that the way the documents were done was sloppily handled, but there is only one HOA, of which everybody living in Hickory Hollow is a part of, and everybody pays into that particular HOA. He's also incorrect in stating that the county, that there was no requirement in the second developer's agreement that there be an HOA to pay for these lights. Paragraph 14 in the second developer's contract specifically reads the same as paragraph 14 in the development contract for the original Hickory Hollow. It requires that there be an HOA. So in essence, the county attorney is saying that they don't have the authority to do what they did in Hickory Hollow 2. So if he's saying there was no requirement that they can't force somebody to have an HOA when there's no infrastructure to pay for, they did require that Hickory Hollow 2, and I'd be happy to send the county attorney or members of this board the contract, the developer's contract between the county and the township for Hickory Hollow 2, where it specifically states that they are requiring there to be a homeowners association to pay for these lights.
Thank you.
It wasn't the light at Hickory Trail, but there are lights throughout the entire development. I also wanted to comment that I apologize if I mispronounced your name. And also, and in addition to which, it was not, I had no intention to offend anybody. I took the action I took on February 9th and the 6th because I was leaving town for most of the rest of February and into March, the day right after the township meeting. And as much as they were surprised by the action that we took, we were equally surprised that nobody came and talked to the neighbors about here's what we intend to do. So for that, I would apologize. I won't back off my statement that I don't want to be unfair in their process, but I also want the record to be clear. To assert that there's more than one homeowners association, or that there was no requirement for the Hickory Hollow 2 to pay for these lights is simply not accurate.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Would anyone else like to make comment at this point?
Yeah, hi there.
Hi.
I haven't done anything like this before, so bear with me.
Okay, so please start out with your name.
My name is Brian O'Keddy, and I live on 206th Street, on the same street that the Schmalgards do.
Okay, so okay.
And I would like to contribute to this. As you can tell during this meeting, there is a definite distinction between dead-end 206th Street that was there and long established before the Hickory development came into being. And it sure seems like there's a lot of talk of Hickory Hollow and 206th Street somehow like being affiliated with each other and being the same. And I just like to point out how different they are from each other, and the fact that the lot sizes are not anywhere near the same. You can look on the squares here, and these are basically 10-acre parcels on 206th Street, as opposed to the 2.5s or 3s, whatever, are in that neighborhood. And the reason I'm mentioning all this is because of this right-of-way that's proposed to link up 206th Street up to Hickory Hollow, to a neighborhood that we have nothing to do with, are not a part of. The properties aren't the same. The land isn't the same. 206 is a farm road, 3 out of the 8 properties, there's 8 driveways on 206th Street, dead-end road, off of Panama. There's 8 properties on that street. 3 of them have been farmed and are being farmed and have been for decades. And there's no reason to think that they're not going to be continued to be farmed for decades. Now, how is the Hickory Hollow neighborhood going to appreciate if that road comes through? Now all the farming equipment is going to be coming in past all the fancy neighborhood, past all the fancy houses and whatnot, running on the tar streets and, being an eyesore. to getting to the end where it would be to the end to get to these farm properties, it's so disassociated between our street and that neighborhood. And I would like to propose, however you go about doing it, that right-of-way easement thing that they're talking about putting in, which goes right through woods. I mean, can you make it any more expensive of a place to cut through for a block or whatever it's gonna be? 2 blocks straight through a forest? And how expensive that would be, and who is gonna pay for something like that? And why would somebody pay for something like that? There's no future revenue coming in. There'd be no extra tax dollars coming in if that street ever ended up coming through. And I would like to propose, however you go about doing it, that gets taken off the table and off the plat for the future. There's no logic as to why 206th Street would be affiliated with the Hickory neighborhood.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Hey, make sure you sign in as well.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Schmidt, did you want to comment on just the county policy on just the right of way, and that there's no plans to build any road there?
Correct, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. The county policy is that we provide street connectivity between developments for safety, to keep all the trips off of the county system so the mailman doesn't have to go back out to the county road, the garbage man, the school bus, every day to get in from one development to the next. So our ordinances require street connectivity where we can create it, and that's part of what this board is integral in supporting us when we're enforcing our rules there.
Okay, thank you very much. Would anyone else like to make comments on this application? Okay, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Robbins, second. Second by Commissioner Pika. All in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, recognizing the comments have been made, this commission does not have the authority to impose. These two thoughts to become part of an HOA, as I read it. Based on the criteria for approval listed in the staff report, I recommend approval of rezoning of 10.13 acres from rural residential reserve district RR1 to rural residential single-family district RR2, and preliminary and final plat with Smargard Oaks consisting of 3 lots on 12.18 acres. Noting that this recommendation is subject to the approval of the conditions listed in the staff report and must be satisfactorily addressed prior to county board consideration of the project.
I have a motion by Commissioner Watson. Do I have a second? Second. Any further discussion? At this time, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, vote aye. Of the
Aye.
motion.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. I just wanted to comment, I do live on Panama Avenue, and I've been through both of the neighborhoods a lot over the years. And I do see the difference between them, but as we know in the country, there's a lot of different types of developments and people live the way they do with their land. So, thank you very much, and thank you everyone for coming in and weighing in on this evening. All right, our next item is 2023-004, request for comprehensive plan amendment to re-guide 52.32 acres from commercial reserve to rural industrial, 47.86 acres, and general commercial, 4.46 acres. JMH Land Development Company, LLC, applicant, and Henches Development, LLC, property owner, in section 18 of Spring Lake Township. And our planning manager, Brad Davis, will be making the staff report this evening. Good evening, Mr. Davis. We'll take a moment here for the people to leave or come in. I see there's people coming into the room now.
Is this the one we think's gonna, okay.
This will be a while.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to do a brief introduction of the request here, go over some of the basic information. and then I'm going to turn it over to the applicant, who will be providing an overview of the request, and then I will come back to the podium and go over the staff report that's been provided to you with some of the analysis and findings, and then finally the recommendation. And then I believe there's representatives from both the city of Prior Lake and Spring Lake Township that are in the room here tonight, and they will likely want to come to the podium and make some remarks or a presentation. And then, of course, this is a public hearing, and that you'll want to open that public hearing up for public comment. So JMH Land Development Company is requesting to amend the Scott County 2040 Comprehensive Plan, particularly the 2040 Plan Land Use Map. This request is on behalf of the property owner, Henches Development LLC. On the screen is a site location of the parcel. The subject property is located in Spring Lake Township, right in the central part of the county, at the southwest quadrant of State Highways 282, 13, and 17. The aerial photo that's included in your packet and now up on the screen shows the 52 acres is relatively flat, primarily used for agricultural purposes. There is an existing home site on the property. The applicant is requesting to change the land use category for this parcel and re-guide it to from urban business reserve, which is the current designation for this category, and change it to industrial and commercial. That would then allow them to rezone the property to the industrial and commercial zoning districts, and then finally plat the property into a 7-lot rural business park, all lots served by private well and septic. So that's a general introduction to the request. I'm going to ask the applicant to come forward and provide more detail to their request, and then again, I will come back and complete the staff's analysis.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
There you go. So you should be able to go back and forth. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. My name's Mark Sonstegard. I'm with JMH Land Development. This evening, I'm representing the owner of this property, Henches Development. As Mr. Davis pointed out on the map or on your screen is the Henches property. I just wanted to right up front make it known that I'm not a developer that's looking to purchase some land from a farmer and do development. I'm a land development company working for a individual or a company that's already purchased the land number of years ago in hopes of developing it sometime in the future. So there's the owner and eventually the person or the entity in charge of this development is looking to develop it. Again, we're not looking to purchase land from a farmer and then move on to development. A little bit of history, and then I'm sure Brett or Mr. Davis or others will correct me if I'm wrong, but looking at the annexation agreements and then how it relates to the Henches property, I believe the first orderly annexation agreement was set up back in 1972. It was approximately 5,000 acres. It did not include this Henches property. The Henches property was purchased by Henches Development in 2000. In 2003, there was a large amendment to the orderly annexation agreement from 1772, where basically dissolved the old one and created a new one. Within that amended orderly annexation agreement, the Henches property, and on the screen here shows property part of that annexation agreement. The Henches property that I've got in yellow down there was slated to be annexed to the city of Prior Lake around 2012. So that was the anticipated date for annexation and development. Within the orderly annexation agreement from 2003, there was a
a sunset date on that annexation. If not annexed within 8 years from the date that was planned, it would be no longer part of the annexation agreement. So that's where we are today, and that happened in 2020. Just a couple items here. The Henches property, the 53 some acres, is approximately 3% of the additional annexation property that was added to the original annexation back in 2003. So as we talk about this and discuss the annexations and what it all means, we're looking at 3% of an area for development. Next slide. Again, this is just for FYI, so you can understand a couple of ideas and where we're all coming from. On the left is the 2040 comp plan from the county. It's a rather large map, so I zoomed in on this area. As you can see, across the road from the Henches property, across 282, there already exist industrial sites. The Henches property is part of the Urban Business Reserve, as Mr. Davis pointed out. And then next to that on the right is a snippet from the city 2040 comp plan, where you can see the city does show this as zone or plan for industrial use. And then also from here, you can see where the city currently has their limits. Now, here's briefly is our concept plan for the 53 acres. We've got a commercial site located right in the middle, about 4.46 acres. And then there's 6 industrial lots planned. 5 of them range from 3.7 to 5 acres. And then we have a larger rural industrial lot plan there in the northeast corner. A couple things with the site planning that we've worked on so far. There are hydraulic soils in this area. So we did contract with a well company, and we did work with the county to make sure that we did have septic areas for each of these lots. A couple other planning items. 13 is on the east side, north-south, so there's no access on that side. So we'll have to work with the county and the state on the access of 282. This is about where we've talked about it. We did go through a DRT meeting once where we had the access point in a little different location, but this seems to be a better location. Another thing with the septic, as we develop this site, since we're rural, we would plan to do a common well. So there's one well for the industrial park, and then that would feed all the commercial lots and industrial lots. As Brad showed earlier in the aerial, as we develop this area, these are our neighbors. The Krieger Farm is to the north. Also to the north, a little bit more to east, is the Scott County facility, where they have a lot of their maintenance items. Directly west and a little bit north is the Dairy Lanes Industrial Park, which is basically what we're looking to do. That's a very successful rural industrial park. That's basically the look and what we're anticipating for this property. To the south is the Ames Farm. As you can see, we've got county roads, state roads all around us, and what you don't see anywhere near us is a residential development. So again, as planning has done over the years and as we are today, again, this is a nice industrial piece of property. So I want to address the Prior Lake, Spring Lake watershed. We did contact them and we did work with them, and a couple months ago we did sit down with a project manager from the watershed to review their April 28th, 2022 feasibility study. The study worked on two different areas. One that isn't associated with this property. It was potential iron enhanced sand filter areas north of this site. But the two projects that the project manager reviewed with us, one was a wetland bank option, and the other was a possible of a flood reduction option, basically creating storage for flooding. Both these, as we were discussing them, are volunteer opportunities, but they were definitely something we wanted to sit down with the watershed and make sure we visited with them and reviewed it. The colored map is what I took out of their feasibility study. This is the wetland bank option. Basically, the plan would be to create some type of a dam or a control structure. Currently, on the outlet for this area, there are channels here from farming for years. But what the dam would do, or the control structure would do, and this is, again, the wetland banking, would back up the area, and it would create 14 acres of buffer land, and then 13 acres of new wetland. That would be on top of the current 4.7 acres of wetland there. So the area that's in color here equals about 32 acres, which is about 59% of the property. So that was their feasibility study and a plan for creating a wetland bank in this area. The second study they did was maybe this would be better used for flood control. So again, same idea, build a dam with a control outlet, and then have an area for water to be backed up before it moves its way up on the Spring Lake. Again, that would take over about 31 acres of the 50, it would take over 59% of the property. So again, we sat, looked at these, asked a number of questions, and then we kind of rolled into, okay, going through their proposal and their possible costs. We look at the land values they were using for both the flood reduction and then also for a wetland. They would look to purchase property to do these improvements. However, those purchase prices were not financially appealing. Basically, the land's worth much more as an industrial rural site. Even factoring in the wetland credits that the other plan would bring up, and then there was still a discussion on whose credits those would be. Would it be the watersheds, or would it be the landowners, or some type of combination? So that still didn't quite get us to a point where it was very appealing. Plus, those wetland credits are 5-6 years down the road once the wetlands are established. So the question is, why today? Why are we here? Basically, the two main reasons is, again, the annexation, orderly annexation. We're out of that right now, so we don't really have to wait for the city to say, okay, we're ready to go. And then also is the market. There is interest in industrial rural lots right now in Scott County. Now, I've been doing land development for maybe 25 years, so it's important. I've followed more plans, and it's important to see what's been planning, and that's the first thing I look at when I look at a piece of property is what's it guided for, what's it planned for, and that's usually what you want to do. So it's always important to plan and make sure infrastructure is ready and no one's caught off guard. But again, it's important to plan, but what drives development, I've also been a part of land development for a long time, is that's the market that's going to drive when you go. So at this particular time, we've got a piece of property that's, all counts planned to be industrial someday. No one's arguing that. But we're at a point in time where the market's saying, let's go, because there is, a need right now. So real briefly, what are the needs? Again, I'm talking about a rural industrial site. These folks that are looking for property out here, they want to be away from the residential districts, residential neighborhoods, which this property has. Owners or buyers I've been talked to, none of them have a use that's heavy water dependent, so they're not in need of a lot of water. They're not in the need of a lot of, or sewer. They do like access to roads. And then the way this is laid out, we're not driving through a township road, we're not driving by anyone's house, we're on a county road or a state road, and we're moving. Outside storage is very important, which is something in the rural area, it's a little easier. You move it into the city, it gets a little more complicated. I'm not gonna say you can't do it, it's just, it gets a little bit more sticky. And then value, again, the folks I've been talking with, they're also looking for, they've got to be able to afford to move in here. Right now, as it is, keep it rural. We can keep this development at a good value for an industrial site. If it waits and moves until a city, then we start looking at some city area fees. I did some real quick calculations this afternoon, and just comparing city of Prior Lake area fees and comparing that to the well and the septics. I'm not including any engineering, any road costs or any specs, just the area fees compared to the area fees if it stayed rural. And just for this 53 acres, it was, $1.2 million swing. So again, there's some folks here that are interested. Right now we're talking with a construction company that's also builds modular homes. We're also talking with another construction company, grading and concrete work and a lot of erosion control. That individual's been looking for a site for years. We've also spoke with another individual that's looking for just a simple distribution area. I just want I need a building, I have stuff, I like to sell it. It's not commerce, people aren't coming in going bowling, it's orders, and she needs a place to have her merchandise. So, and then again, in the center, we were looking at a commercial site. I understand there used to be some gas stations out in the rural area, but they are no more. This seems like a nice spot for a convenience store and a gas station. Oops. So just to wrap it up, again, for my part, up here on the map is Prior Lakes, Spring Lakes annexation map. I think I got the 1972 boundary on here correct. I was basically counting the sections and then mapping them out. And then you could see in 2003, the colored areas was added. So basically, one of the questions that I'm trying to answer, and I don't know if I have the answer, but with this property in this area being part of annexation agreements from 1972, and then all of the planning that's been done since then, what's driving the comp plan? Is it because they were part of this annexation agreement, or because it was a part of the annexation agreement, was the comp plan then put in place for this? And then the other question is then what happens when the annexation agreement goes away? Are you required to depend on all the planning that was done? Or is it back to work with market and what seems reasonable? Again, that's what I have. Again, as Mr. Davis mentioned, we have Matt Stardall from Stantec here to talk about some engineering items associated with, we're on the end of this sewer. It's how long, if we have to wait till the city brings sewer in here, how long do we have to wait for that? I believe Peter Tide is here. Yep. He was going to comment on some of the planning comments that the city and the county have made. And then Ted Kalowski, chair of the township board, is here to talk about the need for business in the township. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do we have questions for you?
Unless you have questions.
Yeah, just, Mr. Chair, just a couple things. One, historically, this county has supported that rural industrial commercial because we recognize the need for that outdoor storage. But the real question I have is, why all that flood control? Is it just water coming from the south going to Spring Lake? Is that what that 50 or whatever, 30 acres?
No, I mean, I can answer it. I think there's someone here from the watershed that'll probably answer it a little bit better. This is always explained to me. I mean, these are volunteer options where the watershed is looking to improve Spring Lake, Prior Lake, and stuff like that. So
Okay.
if you read that study, that flood control, again, the watershed would have to purchase the property to do it. But I believe that flood control, and you'll probably correct me, but it only would hold back a rise of Spring Lake of 1 or 2/10. Is that correct? It was written in the report. So the report actually, if you read it, it almost says it, and then it says, well, actually, it doesn't really work that well.
Okay. I was just curious what you meant by
that was it, and I could be corrected, but that's the way we read the report. And then I know the project manager had talked with the watershed board again afterwards, and they're still looking at it, and they still are trying to figure out ways for flood control. But the Hench's property doesn't flood. It has a wetland in the corner, and it has its channels.
They want to control some of the land to help on that
Yeah,
control
yeah,
of the water.
right.
Gotcha. Follow. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Robbins.
You talked about industrial use and interest and everything. Why don't you refresh my memory? How many possible industrial companies could go on this land?
So,
Are we talking 6 or 7? You mentioned outdoor space.
Yep.
And a construction company, but how many companies are we talking about?
So here's our concept plan. So basically, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 industrial sites on here. We've done this concept plan to show one rather large site that's, it looks like 22 acres.
Yep.
And then the other ones are your more smaller, typical ones.
All right.
So again, and then what we wanted to do is just put together a concept plan. Since there was hydraulic soils, we wanted to make sure that we could get this many. Now, we may combine 2 of these lots if that's what a buyer would like, if they're looking for 10 acres rather than a 5.
Yeah. All right, that answers it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you very much.
All right, so I'll return to the staff report. It's noted in the report that the property owner made a similar request to amend the comp plan back in 2015 for the same subject property. The request included a similar mix of commercial and industrial uses, including a gas station convenience store. At that time, the property was deemed to be included in the Prior Lake, Spring Lake, Orderly annexation area, and therefore the request and decision was done at the OAA board, the 3-member OAA board, and that's made up of a township supervisor, a county commissioner, and a city council member. And that is standard practice. Whenever a development proposal in the OAA comes to the county, we then prepare a staff report and present it to the OAA board for a decision. At that time, back in 2015, Spring Lake Township was in support of the request. The city of Prior Lake was opposed to the request. And ultimately, the OA board denied the proposed amendment on a vote of 2-1. The request did not go any further than after that decision. So moving now to this current request, because the property has been removed from the OAA, both the city and township have agreed that because 8 years has elapsed, that this parcel has expired from the OAA. This request is going down a different path. Obviously, we are not going to the OAA board. Instead, we are following the path of getting a township recommendation, holding tonight's public hearing, and getting a recommendation from you, the Planning Commission, and then ultimately going to the county board for a decision. If supported by the county board, the amendment is then sent to the Metropolitan Council, like all of our comp plan amendments here in the Twin Cities region. The Metropolitan Council then will review the amendment and determine if it has any impacts to their regional systems, wastewater, water, parks and trails. So they'll review that and give us their findings and determine if there is conformance or non-conformance issues with those regional plans. And then the typical process then is the Met Council makes those findings. It comes back to the county, and we take it to the county board for final approval. So this is a little bit of the process. We're about midway through that process tonight with this public hearing. So the applicant did mention that back in December, we did hold a development review team, a DIRT meeting on this request, and invited the township, the city, and a lot of county staff and MnDOT to consider the concept. Your staff report itemized some of the notes that came out of that meeting, some of the development issues and constraints that were brought up were stormwater and wetlands and on-site septic suitability, road access, overall compatibility with future intersection improvements at 282, 13, and 17. So just information that was provided to the applicant. The applicant did revise their concept in a couple of ways, and notably moving the access into the parcel farther west from the intersection. So the concept, talk a little bit about the concept plan here in the parcel. As I mentioned, it is guided in zone urban business reserve. That's the category that we have in our 2040 plan that really intends to reserve land until the property is annexed and served by municipal sewer and water. So this is a category that we have in a lot of different areas around the county. We map those areas based on each city's long-range plans. And in this case, the city of Prior Lake had indicated that this future interchange would be a place where they want to plan for future commercial and industrial uses. And so we matched that land use pattern with the county's urban business reserve. So that's how it's zoned today, and the uses that are permitted in that zoning district are fairly limited. You cannot subdivide your land below 40 acres, so the density is 1 home per 40 acres. The land uses that are permitted by right are typically agricultural uses, a single-family home. Not much other uses are allowed, with the intention that the land will eventually be developed on urban services. The proposed change here to industrial and commercial would then follow up with those 2 zoning districts in the county. And the purpose of those zoning districts is to provide areas for commercial and industrial development, to expand the local tax base, allow for economic development. We talked a little bit about access. One of the key things that we looked at back in 2015, and again in the recent proposal, is improvements to the intersection of 282, 13, and 17. There's been a variety of concepts that show grade separated interchanges, roundabouts, different configurations to improve that intersection. And we wanted to make sure that any development in this quadrant wouldn't jeopardize some of those different designs. And I think the applicant heard that and shifted some of the lots configurations in the roads and some of the building pads to allow for whatever design would happen on that far, on this kind of corner of the property here, to allow for any type of design. The county and the townships and the cities are kicking off a new corridor study of 17 and 13, and it was recognized that we need to revisit in that study the design of this interchange or this intersection. And so I think we hope within the year that we'll have a more definite and agreed upon design that we can look at when this development or any type of future development is proposed along this corridor and at this intersection. So prior to prior to bringing any plan amendment to you at a public hearing setting, we are required to distribute the request to adjacent and affected jurisdictions and give them 60 days to review. So we sent out a notice to Spring Lake Township, the Prior Lake Spring Lake Watershed District, the City of Prior Lake, the Jordan School District, the DNR, and the DOT, and gave them all 60 days to review and comment. And we received comments from 3 of those agencies. We included the full letters in your staff report. So we received comments from Spring Lake, Prior Lake, and the Prior Lake Spring Lake Watershed District. We did not receive any written comments from the school district or DOT or DNR. So the Prior Lake Spring Lake Watershed District provided a full comment letter, again included in your packet. In brief, the Watershed District is opposed to this proposed amendment. It stated in its comment letter that modifications of the guided land use would accelerate property development and potentially nullify the district's efforts to preserve and restore valuable water resources. They then identified a couple of interests that they have done with their feasibility studies. The applicant, I think, went over that information and some of the follow-up that occurred from that comment letter. The City of Prior Lake submitted a full comment letter that's attached. The city is opposed to this proposed amendment. As stated in the city's comment letter, quote, "The City of Prior Lake believes development as proposed is premature until public utilities are available." They state that the intent of the Urban Business Reserve planning designation is clear. The city relied heavily on this land use designation when planning for future infrastructure improvements and investing millions of dollars in trunk sanitary sewer and water main to support future development of this area. The comment letter states that the city has invested over $7 million in recent years to have the ability to serve the residential, commercial, and industrial developments in this future growth area of their city. Spring Lake Township, again, provided a comment letter included in your packet. The township supports the proposed amendment. Comment letter states that, quote, "The tax base is necessary for the sustainability of the township. The parcel is well suited for both industrial and commercial use and is consistent with rural industrial development already in the area." The letter lays out what is essentially a land use policy question, and they ask it: should relatively low density development of property not subject to any annexation agreement easily redeveloped at some point if services are needed and where an orderly annexation agreement cannot be reached be allowed to proceed? Or should Prior Lake be able to prohibit such development until someday in the indeterminate future when the property might be annexed and receive municipal services? So they pose that question as kind of a theme throughout their comment letter. Finally, in the staff report, we do offer some findings. We do probably a comp plan amendment once a year, and it's typically development driven, like this situation. And whenever we get a comp plan amendment, we consider kind of 3 things that are established in our goals and policies in the plan. So we want to make sure that any land use change that occurs is compatible with the land uses, both present and future in the area, meets the goals and policies of the plan, and is based on changes in conditions or based on any errors or inconsistencies in the plan when it was originally adopted. So those are the 3 criteria that we use to look at any comp plan amendment. The staff report then provides staff's findings on those 3 criteria. When it comes to compatibility, staff does agree that the proposed use would be compatible with the current land uses in this area, particularly the development across 282, the Dairy Lane industrial development. So there is compatibility with present or current uses. However, county staff finds that the proposed amendment would be incompatible with any future land uses. And for that, we really did take a look at the city of, I don't have it here. The city of Prior Lake's future land use map that did show that. I know that the applicant had that exhibit as well, showed it as a planned industrial site. with a development style and a development type that is different than what we would allow in the county in our rural industrial zoning district. The proposed land use designation is inconsistent with 5 goals and policies in the comprehensive plan. We itemized those 5 different goals in your staff report. I won't read them all here today just to get through this proceeding, but we feel like those 5 goals cannot be established if this comp plan amendment is approved. Finally, the proposed land use amendment is not based on any error with the original 2040 plan. It was intentionally guided and zoned urban business reserve because of the city's adoption of its plan, showing it as their future growth area, an orderly annexation area, and ultimately developed on city sewer and water. So based on the findings of those 3 criteria, county staff is recommending denial of the request. With that, I know that there are representatives from both the city and township that would like to speak, but I'll stand for any questions before they do.
Commissioner Robbins.
Mr. Davis, I understand the 2 points of view here. What happens if the request is denied, then what happens in the future with this property? Does it get developed anytime soon? Does it stay in reserve? Can you sort of walk me through that?
Yeah. So if the comp plan amendment gets denied, the land would remain in urban business reserve, and the property owner would still have the rights under that zoning district, the different permitted and conditional uses in the urban business reserve zoning district. But intensive development would not be able to occur until it's annexed and served by city sewer and water.
Okay, so if I could, so there could be some development, but not what we're looking at right here. It would not be as intense or industrial for the foreseeable future. That
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, the property owner could not realize the concept plan that's been shared with you tonight under the current zoning designation, under the current land use guidance. You could not break the land under 40 acres.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Huber.
Brad, could you go back to the infrastructure sketch with the roads infrastructure? Where's that road going to the south? What is planned for down there? That's the Ames Farm?
The property to the south, I believe, is the Ames property. Also,
Would that be industrial though, you think?
yeah, so this is a map of the urban business reserve, and the county has identified much of that Ames property as well in that candy stripe color, urban business reserve.
So that cul-de-sac would be extended likely?
Likely, access to 13, State Highway 13 would be really limited. You probably wouldn't get another access till much farther south of the current intersection. So the thinking is that that property owner would likely want to connect.
So it's all industrial? Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Watson.
Mr. Davis, so if we understand this properly, if we were not to move forward with this proposal by Henches, they could, under the conditions of the UBR, they could come up with they could put something in like equipment sales, machine shops, home extended businesses, wineries, greenhouses, mining. Would that fit there?
Correct, Commissioner Watson. Yeah, I believe those are the list of uses that are allowed either by right or by conditional use in the urban business.
Well, those would be a
reserve zoning
fallback
district.
if
Those
we were denied a request.
Those could be the fallback. Those uses would likely occur on the 52-acre parcel because there's not ability to subdivide it into multiple lots.
Commissioner Pica.
Thank you. Is there any indication at all when that will get annexed, Brad? Are we talking 5 years, 10 years, or, I mean, I know it's kind of not up in the air the way it was, but is there anything that 20 years down the road could get annexed if, you know, you leave that rural reserve?
Commissioner Pika. Good question. I think that's a good question too for the city staff to address. I bet they have that information here in the room. But what's been provided to me is within the next 4, 5, 6 years was the one estimate, given the rate of development that is happening to the north of this property. There is a recent housing development that has occurred near the intersection of 12 and County Road 12 and 17. And so that, I think, brings more eminence to developing this intersection area.
So it could be near.
Could be near.
Annexed, could be. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Brad, the county staff will come in and, city staff will come in and talk about infrastructure, where they see infrastructure, where they see where the sewer is now, where it is going to be maybe down the line. Okay.
I believe they're prepared to do that, correct?
Thank you.
Okay, there may be further questions. So we'll have the city come up and City of Prior Lake staff come up and address this issue. And there's going to be a number of questions, but we would like to hear perspective on this. Whoever would like to come up and speak for them.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Frank Boyles. I reside at 5153 Hope Street, Prior Lake, Minnesota. I've had the good fortune in my career to have been city manager of the city of Prior Lake from 1993 to 2019. During that period of time, of course, annexation was an ongoing topic and one that I'm quite familiar with and would like to provide you with a few comments about. We do, by the way, have the 4 mayors who were here during the course of the 2003 to present annexation agreement. We also have existing city manager staff and community development staff, and they can get into some of the details you're seeking. The question might be, why in the world would such an ensemble of characters be brought in here by the city of Prior Lake on this topic? It's 53 acres after all, 3%, I think, that the petitioner indicated with respect to the annexation agreement. Well, the fact is, it's a precedent creating 3%. If the folks bought the property knowing what the comprehensive plan said, knowing what the zoning said, it is now their burden to convince you that something is different. I don't understand how serving a property with municipal sewer and water, which is pretty darn ecologically safe, is better than serving a property with private well and septic. I don't get that. To me, that's one of the most important aspects here that really hasn't been commented. That's why that comp planning is so important, because it assumes municipal sewer and water. So we are concerned about the precedential nature. Could this start affecting the rest of the annexation agreement or future annexation agreements or the comprehensive plan in the future? These documents were agreed upon. I mean, that's one of the beauty I found about this area when I was thinking about coming down here in '93. Since 1972, 50 years ago, they were talking with each other, township and city. And it wasn't big brother beating up little brother by any means. There were agreements throughout. And that is what is reflected on the maps you've just seen. Those were agreements between the city and the township, and obviously the county has had to play a part. And those are agreements that I don't think should be amended unless there's a very, very good reason to do so. And as I just indicated, I don't see one in this particular case unless you use money. And it's been my experience in municipal business, money seldom plays a role in making these kinds of decisions. I'm going to try and cut through my comments here because I know you're anxious to move on to other folks. There are properties that have fallen out of the agreement. That's true. But there are three different ways to annex property under Minnesota statute, one of which is through orderly annexation agreement. The other one is petition, and yet the third one is by ordinance. So there are second and third opportunities here. What I would say is proposed tonight is really not orderly planning, not orderly development. It's leapfrog development, I'm afraid. You may not like that term, but that's what I believe it is. It's taking something that is clearly established and wanting to do something else with that property. Moreover, it's inconsistent with your comprehensive plan, the Scott County's comprehensive plan, the city's, and we are all partners in putting those plans together, including, believe it or not, the Metropolitan Council. And so while I'm not a Prior Lake employee, as a Prior Lake resident, I can say that I support the county staff's recommendation for denial, both of the comprehensive plan amendment and rezoning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Are there any questions?
Any questions, Mr. Morales?
Mr. Chair, do you know, maybe it's the city staff has to comment where the sewer is now? Because maybe the city can answer.
I've been out of circulation a little while.
Okay.
So, yes.
Yes.
Mr. Jason Waddell.
Thank you for your comments. When you come up, please sign in and then start your comments with your name.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. My name is Jason Waddell. I'm the Prior Lake City Manager. I've been in that role for about 3.5 years. Prior to that, I was the Public Works Director and City Engineer. So I'm also a licensed civil engineer. So I have a lot of history with this area. So the utilities, I don't know if we can back up a slide. There we go. So if you can follow my mouse, the utilities are basically right where that little hand is. Last year, we extended sewer and water across 17 at Highway 12. That extension is about 40 feet deep. That was at a cost of $700,000 just to get it across that road. It's 40 feet deep because it's meant to serve all of this orderly annexation area. So we're approximately 4,000 feet away today from this location with sewer and water. Pretty close. We've had conversations with our city council last fall as part of our strategic planning efforts to look at accelerating sewer and water to this area. We also had a conversation a few months ago with the Scott County CDA to look at funding a study to accelerate and get sewer and water down here sooner rather than later, because we know development on the residential side is slowing down. But as you heard, we have also heard that there's demand for commercial and industrial. So we would like to help that process and accelerate that. So that was something we were starting on that path. And then this project came up, so we decided to put things on a temporary hold to find out what was going to happen tonight, because we didn't want to invest money in more studies and looking at extending sewer and water if development was going to be allowed to occur on well and septic. So that's where we're at with the sewer and water. If you have any other questions on that.
Mr. Chair, as far as 40 feet deep, I mean, as you come down here, you're going to have lift stations to bring the sewer up in those areas.
Thank you, Commissioner Huber. There is you're right, exactly right. There is a lift station that went in right to the west of 17, right on County Road 12. There's that wetland in here right across from the nursery. There's a 12-foot diameter, huge lift station that was sized to accommodate all of this.
Would you need another lift station as you go further south?
Not for this particular area. There are other areas in the orderly annexation area further to the west, kind of on the outskirts, that will require some smaller lift stations, but this area would be gravity fed.
The sewer would be 40 feet deep as you go into this area?
Well, it would get shallower as we come south.
It gets shallower?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
good. You're about 4,000 feet away, roughly, not quite a mile, but close to that.
3/4 of a mile.
Yeah. How long do you think it would take you to get sewer and water down there? Is it going to be 5 years? Would you guess 10 years?
Well, again, I'm hoping less. We're hoping in that 4 to 5, 6 year range. We're maybe sooner, depending on what we're able to work out with the Scott County CDA and see if there's some opportunities for additional funding to accelerate that.
But it could be 10 years, 15 years. It's hard to say because I
If
know
we were
it
waiting for
depends on
development,
development.
if
Yeah.
we were waiting solely for development to drive it,
Yeah.
then yes, it could take longer.
Couldn't it be as early as 2 years?
Wait.
Wait a minute, sir.
Okay. Hold on.
Commissioner Huber has the floor.
Okay, I guess I'll talk, maybe, I don't know if I need to talk to you, but down the line, 5, 10 years, whatever that ends up, could there be a compromise with the township and the city if they went to rural and you ghost plan for sewer and water down the line? In other words, they put septic and well in, and you bring water and sewer in 5, 10, 15 years from now, and then that the people would have to be, pay for that, or who owns the land would have to pay for it. They'd have to know that could happen. Because I agree that eventually industrial would be nice to have sewer and water. But maybe such a far way out, you could maybe compromise and say, okay, we're going to put in septic and well and come back with sewer and water, but ghost plan it so we can plan for that. And they could actually put sewer and water out to their property lines to pick up that sewer and water coming down the line. So I don't know if there's some way to kind of balance that out a little bit.
Yeah, Commissioner Huber, I appreciate that line of reasoning. Ultimately, what we have historically struggled with under that model is once a building is there and they're functioning and they're on their well and they're on their septic and it's still relatively new, their desire to want to pay the connection charges and want to pay for the infrastructure to be extended into their street and connected to their building, we just haven't had good luck with that.
Could that be an agreement with the township and the city saying they have to do that? They don't have to go in there for build their building if they don't want to. I mean, if they don't want to pay for it, but they'd have to. That'd be part of the saying. If you're going to come in here, you're going to pay that 5, 10 years from now. You probably have to rebuild the street and pay for all that.
Yeah, I think I'm not going to speak for the applicant, but for them, not knowing what that dollar amount might be, and I wouldn't be able to give them a rock solid estimate at this time. So they would be, in essence, signing a blank check. I think they would have a hard time with that potentially.
Yeah, maybe. I still think there's a way to compromise somehow down the line and plan for it. Bring sewer, bring water and sewer to the property line. So when the city does come in, you can connect up. It's not going to disrupt the property because it's already in place. The biggest thing is getting it into the street. And you can put a temporary road in there, maybe put temporary pavement on it, to recognize that 5 years you're going to tear it all up anyhow. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Robbins.
Can you go back and just repeat why you don't want to go tonight on that? You said it, and I want you to just say it again, why you want to wait on this.
Why we would not want to see this develop on
Yes.
well and septic?
Yes.
So the concern is the developer would expend significant dollars putting in septic systems for each, of these buildings, a community well. That's substantial investment. If we were to come back with city sewer and water 5 years from now and say, now you have to pay the city connection charges, the Met Council connection charges, pay for running sewer and water in the street, after you just spent hundreds of thousands of dollars putting in your septic systems that are all still functioning just fine, they're not going to be motivated to want to pay that extra cost to hook up to sewer and water. They're going to push back against the city on that.
All right, thank you. I wanted just to get there.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that clarification on that. Did anyone else from the city want to speak? And then I'm going to ask the township if someone from township could come up and speak as well.
Public hearing is not open yet.
No, I'm just starting it. So there'll be lots of opportunities for, I just saying, I wanted to hear from the city first and then the township first, and then it'll open up for the public hearing. So, does no one from the township wants to speak? Okay, come on up.
City, so sorry.
Yep.
Good evening, Commissioners. Matt Stordahl with Stantec. I'm the township engineer for Spring Lake Township. Just a few things. There's a lot of talk about the city's trunk infrastructure, the infrastructure they've invested in that would serve this area. It represents, the area represents, this 52 acres represents about, that 3% range. The fortunate thing is it's right there, on the bottom, if you will, of the area, which makes it favorable. If it was something where it was more in the middle, then there really is a grievance with having one project dissect two areas. So the area, the applicant's property is advantageous in that regard. There is the Ames property to the south would definitely be one that you could consider would be dissected away. It's about 100 acres. So if you take that, the applicant's property, and you add in that extra 100 acres, you're looking at a little under 6% of that 2,600-ish acres of the former annexation area. So it can't be ignored, but it's not a significant number, and that's something that we do feel is important to remember. One thing that does talk about the timing of this is where we talk about those five comments that Mr. Davis had about how the development, the county's plans and policies regarding development to avoid leapfrog type development. So development wants to follow pipe. That's certainly what the city would like. It makes it more efficient for them. They put in 500 feet of pipe and there's 500 feet of development that follows it. You do it again and again and again. And so with that, the first few parcels south of where the lift station that Mr. Weidel described would be low-density residential. So that would come in, and then the next parcels south of there become a higher density residential. That would develop, and then we finally get into the industrial areas north of the 282 area before we would leapfrog 282 and get down to the applicant's parcel. So the industrial area south or north of 282 and south of the residential is about 67 acres. And so with that, we can't forget that last year, the Scott County EDA had the Maxfield study that shows that Prior Lake needs something like 40 to 45 acres of industrial development before 2040. So unless we leapfrog development, then we've got 67 acres that's in between where the residential stops and where the applicant's parcel starts. So there's a challenge there. And then also with that, you have kind of an ideal opportunity for an industrial park in that there are very few homes anywhere near close. I presume that most of you remember the New Market development where the houses were effectively across the street, and it was a little exciting at time to time. A lot of vandalism, a lot of very unhappy residents. We would be able to avoid a lot of that in this case. The people would not be surprised by an industrial park moving in. There's a big advantage to that. The watershed comments, wanted to touch on those very briefly. The big thing there is, there's the cost imbalance. The watershed district is really going to need to decide how to handle that. Their budget showed something like a $800,000 project, and the land is worth significantly more than that. So they're going to have to make those hard decisions. Is this where we want to do this? Does this still make sense? Is it more logical to do something small here and something somewhere else? Whether it's now or later, a township development or a city development, all of those conversations are exactly the same. The only difference is nothing gets cheaper with time. So, it's definitely something that it's just either way it has to happen. And then, really the other comment that I had was just a simple case, or that the township has, is how long is it reasonable to ask the developer, the property owner, to pay his taxes and not be allowed to do anything? So he bought the land 20 years ago, and, you know, with the sole purpose of developing it. And, you know, if the Maxfield study is to be held true, it's at least another 15 years before something might happen. I'm gonna guess that Mr. Henches was hoping that he could develop this, not his grandchildren. So, I'll keep my comments quick-ish.
Mr. Chair, I have some comment. You're the civil engineer from Stantec, right?
That's correct.
You could work with the township and the city to come up with a plan to compromise, I would think. You can put rural industrial in here, assuming that down the line there will be sewer and water. And you could plan for those connections now.
Even if you didn't plan for those sorts of things, they happen all the time. A great example is on the south shore of Spring Lake, when those residential septic systems were failing and the lake became contaminated. A project went into place, the engineering team got involved, they found a design and extended a plan to connect those to municipal systems. It happens all the time, everywhere. I'd venture to say that we're kind of good at it.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at, if you put the infrastructure in now, the sewer and water, and it's 10, 15 years, whatever it is, it's there, you're not disrupting the property again and tearing up the whole property to put sewer and water, and it's already there. The only thing you're bringing is into the city streets. So you could plan for that and work with the city to come up with a plan for that if they wanted to compromise.
It could be done.
Okay.
The one trick about that is municipal sewer systems need flow. So the bigger the pipe, the more water you need flowing through there, with the idea that the more water you have, the more you're able to keep the sewer line clean, or at least as clean as sewer lines get.
Yeah.
And as development is in its very young stages, you don't have a lot of flow, and then the maintenance requirements on that pipe are more.
Yeah, but I understand that, but
But
you could have the infrastructure in place and then city hook up later. I mean, I don't know why that would be a problem. It's cost. I mean, it'd be cost to the people coming down if they bought that property as rural and then goes city. There's going to be cost to that. They have to put a new, redo the street, put sewer and water, and they have to pay for that. So, I mean, that would be part of the agreement of anybody that buys property out there.
It's something that could be arranged, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
You bet. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Peter Teedy. I'm the Spring Lake Township Attorney. And I'll try to be brief as well. We've got a long night here. The issue that's before you is a policy question. Your staff says that in their report, and it's true. We heard earlier that you amend the plan once a year. It's not an unusual thing to be looking at a plan. A lot of the city's objections are, this plan, it's contrary to the plan. That's right, the plan needs to be amended for this to go through. That's not a shocking thing, and what we're dealing with here is a landowner that's ready to go and develop. The township, which is the municipality where this land is, would like to see it developed. The proposed development is consistent with the long-range guiding. Nobody says this is something different than what everybody has in mind. Candidly, we have the city of Prior Lake just trying to stop it so they can stay in control. That's really what is happening. And the policy question for this board and for the county is whether that's going to be allowed to continue in a way that chokes off Spring Lake Township and harms this landowner. I think Commissioner Huber has exactly right. There are ways to work this out other than no. All we're hearing is no. The city wants control. We heard from Mr. Boyles, we have to honor our agreements. Well, the agreement ended as to this property. The township did honor the agreement. The city had 20 years that it could have annexed this property and didn't do that. The agreement has been honored and it doesn't exist any longer. That's how come the Henches development is before this board and not before the three-person annexation board. The agreement has been honored and the agreement is over, and now it's up to this board, and we have a policy question before you.
Spring Lake Township is not a typical township in that the Met Council says Spring Lake Township is never going away. Most townships do, if there's cities around them, eventually go away. I represent a lot of townships, and I've written some annexation agreements to see them go away sometimes, where the cities are just encroaching too much. That is not the future of Spring Lake Township, and for that reason, maintaining its tax base is essential. Allowing the city to prohibit the township from having the tax base it needs as it shrinks is going to choke off its ability to survive, and the board chair will talk more about that, but it's very important. And the city talks a lot about numbers in their letter, and they got some big numbers in their letter. Every dollar matters more to Spring Lake Township than it does to Prior Lake because of the disparity in the size of those two organizations. And if the city is right that financial impact on them is relevant, then financial impact on the township is relevant. And every dollar that the township loses in their favor, it brings them one step closer to disappearing or not being successful. Whereas it's not that big a deal to them. It's real money. I don't mean to make it sound like it's not, but relatively speaking, the dollars matter a lot more to Spring Lake Township. And you're in position to set a policy to protect the township in this. And it's not a zero-sum game. We've heard these big numbers, and I read their letter, and it's got big numbers in it. But it's not the case, as Commissioner Huber has succinctly inquired, that if this happens, then therefore all growth in the city stops, or then therefore their big pipe will never be useful. As the engineer said many times, these things get connected on failing septic systems that come along later. It's not a rare thing. I was involved in the South Shore Drive stuff with Spring Lake Township back in, it's getting to be a while ago now, back in the 90s. And that's exactly what Matt Stordahl was talking about. It's not a rare thing at all to have well and septic, and then when the pipe gets there, you connect. We've heard that based on the Maxwell study, we're 15 years, maybe longer. I mean, they had 20 and they didn't get there. It's speculation, as we heard, exactly when they might come. And in the meantime, we've got a landowner who can't make the use of their land that they would like to. We've got the township that can't get the tax base that they would like to. They're trying to create jobs here in the community, and the city just wants to say no. When we get there, and until that day, you're just going to have to wait. I would propose to Scott County that that's not good policy. That's not fair to the township that wants to develop. It's not fair to the landowner that wants to develop. And it's not mutually exclusive. Granting this request doesn't mean they don't get what they want. Doesn't mean they don't get to annex it one day and connect it to their system. The pitch that you're hearing from the city that if this happens, then all these bad things will occur just doesn't really make sense. The city has all kinds of advantages in annexation law. We all know that. And as they grow out there, they're going to have the opportunity to annex this and bring the pipe to it when they get there. In the meantime, it seems to me the right thing to do is to let the development take place in a way that can be meshed with that future whenever it happens. And if it never happens, then look at the benefit you'll confer. And if it happens sooner, well, then it happens sooner. But the two are not mutually exclusive. We've got a policy decision to make. And the best thing for the community we propose is to grant the request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Board, my name is Ted Kowalski. I'm Spring Lake Township Supervisor. I've appeared before you many times. Usually when we have something from our township that comes before your board, we try to have a representative there to answer questions. This is a real important issue to us. Like Peter said, Spring Lake Township doesn't go away. We are a permanent rural residential township. We don't go the way of Eagle Creek Township on the north side of Prior Lake that got gobbled up from both ends. We are going to be permanent, and our tax base has to be more diverse than just bedrooms, okay? I was part of Live, Learn, Earn when it started. I don't know if you all remember that, the 50 by 30 project that Scott County undertook. And we had all these meetings about promoting housing, and we wanted 50% of our people in Scott County to work in Scott County. This project is what that talked about. We need jobs in Scott County that the city doesn't want in the city industrial sites. Okay, the ones that are up in Dairy Lane wouldn't fit well in the city of Prior Lake. The ones that are going in the new market project that you guys were all a part of, Fieldstone industrial site, those wouldn't fit in a city development. But those services that those businesses offer to all of us are necessary. If you want to get a landscaper to come out and landscape your yard, if you want a roofer to roof your house, if you want a plumber, a heating, electrician, somebody to move material, that's what we provide. We have people that want those and want to be in Scott County. Here's an example. Dairy Lane pays $226,000 a year in taxes, okay? This property is a little bit bigger. Using about the same numbers, it would pay about $350,000 in taxes. Now, not much of that comes to the township. Some goes to the state, some goes to the county, some goes to the school district. But let's say we wait another 15 or 20 years for this to go in. That's $7 million that nobody collects. That site grows beans. We don't create the businesses, we don't create the jobs. We need the tax base. We, as Scott County, not every business that you want in your county fits on a city pipe. Okay? That's why we're asking for this. You know, Brad respectfully says, oh, this is a change to the plan. Okay, well, it's been 20 years. The city isn't getting there. Greg, can you get this back a couple pages, or how do we do it, to the one that shows the annexation areas? You know, we made this application once before, and it didn't go through in 2015, because technically, it was still part of the agreement. This is section 12.1. The green here on the bottom, 2012, 12.1. That date, that's when the city was supposed to take it. But the agreement was written that if the city doesn't take the property by 2012, we give them an automatic 8-year grace period to still take the property. Okay, it's still covered by the annexation agreement for 8 more years. So that wouldn't have technically expired until 2020. So when that application came before the board in 2015, that was premature, because if we'd have changed it without the city going along with it, we'd have been breaking our agreement. This orderly annexation agreement that Spring Lake Township has had with Prior Lake, we've honored every letter of the agreement all the way through. And all these areas on this map, okay, so let's go through here. 7.1, is this the right map? 7.1, 8.1, 10.1, 14.1, 10.2, 14.2, 8.2, 12.1. Those are all areas the city didn't get done in the time allotted plus 8 years. And now the township is supposed to take from you guys and the county that, oh no, you still got to stick to the agreement. All right, let me give you an example. Any of you sign a purchase agreement to sell your house, and it's supposed to close by the end of the year. And in the agreement, it says, no, that customer, they get 8 more years to buy the house. You got to honor that deal for 8 more years. And they still don't do it. They're 3 years past that 8-year. And I'm saying, well, I want to sell the house to somebody else. I want to do something else with it. No, you got to still honor that agreement. That's not a bilateral agreement. That's a unilateral agreement. And you guys, Scott County does our planning and zoning for us. So we look to you to also look out for us as a township. We have to survive, we have to have a stable tax base, and we want to provide opportunities. I was part of Live, Learn, Earn, man. I spent a lot of, 1 day a month for a couple years on that. This is what that talked about. These are businesses that don't want to be in a city pipe. This isn't part of an orderly annexation agreement anymore. And to say, well, we got to stick to the plan. I would contend that sticking to the plan after 20 years without any slight amendment is putting your head in the sand. The history has shown us they're not getting there. Let's make an adjustment. My mom told me when I was little, if you want to make God laugh, tell him your plans for 5 years from now. We're now doubling down on a plan that's 20 years old, that is a stepchild of a plan that started in 1972. I'll contend that what the real problem here is this was overly ambitious from the start, and we're still trying to follow that overly ambitious plan. Prior Lake has, I believe it's 525 acres in this orderly annexation agreement, or this area that we're trying to follow, that, in my opinion, is in error. Yeah, it's right here. They've got 930, plus or minus, 935 acres low-density residential, 140 acres medium-density residential, 200 acres retail and general business, 325 planned industrial. So there's 525 acres of industrial and general business. We're asking for 53 acres of it. And like Matt said, we're at the very end of the pipe. We don't get in their way of doing anything. Questions?
Mr. Chair.
That's all I can remember at one time.
Thank you.
Ted,
Commissioner
would you be willing to compromise with the
Always.
city and plan for sewer and water? Maybe you actually put in place, not to bring the big pipe in, but just have it ready to
Ready.
go.
Oh.
Would the township be willing to
Yes.
sit down with the city?
Yes, we would. And even the developer has said they were gonna have a community well, so that would have water pipe already in the streets. So yes, we would do that. By petition or by ordinance, the city could always take the property. Okay, so maybe what we do today isn't as convenient for the city when they get there, whenever, 15, 20 years from now, I don't know when, it ain't gonna be in 5 years. You know, they could have said that back in 2015, they're still not there, and I could almost tell you they're not really any closer. 4,000 feet, 3/4 of a mile doesn't sound like much. Add up how many houses have to get built and developed to run that pipe 3/4 of a mile. That's a long way out. If the city gets there, they can still take it. I could see you being more resistant if what we are asking for was taking an area that we've all planned for to be industrial and we want to change it to residential, 2.5 acre home sites, little McMansions. That's not what we're doing. It was planned for industrial. It's going to stay industrial. It's just going to be a little bit different, but we need those kind of businesses in Scott County. We need those kind of businesses in Spring Lake Township. And should the city get there, the plan still comes to fruition. What we're asking for isn't we win, the city loses. We're saying, let us win today, and if the city gets there in the future and the owners petition to hook up, they hook up. We can't stop that as a township. That's what we're asking for.
Okay.
Questions?
I don't think so, not right now.
Okay, thank you very much for listening.
This is a public hearing, so anyone who wants to make comment. at
Mr.
this
Chair,
point-
if you can take a motion to open the public hearing, please.
Sure.
Take a vote,
Do I have a
motion and vote.
I move that we open the public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Robbins, second by Commissioner Huber. All in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Public hearing is moved.
Thank you for your service. Lee Tice, 18325 Apple Circle in Jordan. I am a part owner of JL Tice, a construction company with 30 employees. I'm here just to speak on two short points. I wanted to speak about the lack of supply versus demand for an rural industrial use like this. So as JL Tice has grown for 5 years, I've been looking for an approximate 10-acre parcel of land in Scott County in industrial zoning. So 5 years, working with brokers, realtors, looking myself, door knocking. There's been absolutely nothing available in 5 years to be able to grow my business and build a new shop. The latest thing that I've been doing is meeting individual with old-time landowners, trying to find the right opportunity of when they possibly may sell a piece of land, and still nothing available. I believe that there is a need for the type of use like we would be a contractor's yard. So of the 30 employees, about 6 or 7 are on site for maintenance or office. So you have a low demand on services. Certainly can survive on a well and septic situation. We're specifically looking for outside storage, ability to put up a larger industrial building. If you look across the road here, the Bond Well would be a good example of what I would like to build in the area if this goes through. And I certainly think that there can be room in this plan, and listening to the different ideas, they come to the second point. I believe the UBR zoning, I've bumped into it a few times in my searches. I did have a parcel of land just slightly south of Jordan under contract and going through the different processes with the county and comments. And the UBR zone certainly seems to be like a bit of a death wish to an owner where development stalls out and you're not seeing the sewer and water, large vacant lands that are planned ultimately by the city to absorb, and it's not happening. So St. Lawrence Township has a very similar thing going on right now to Spring Lake. And I just think that there is a way for the people standing here to look at this as a win-win, where there can be some kind of middle ground. So when the pipe gets a lot closer, I mean, I'm looking at it that they would eventually get pipe into that larger purple area and have to absorb all that industrial before they get to the 50-acre parcel we're talking about. So you're talking, I think, 20, 30 years of absorption before you would push that pipe underneath that road. I know I'd be willing to set up my parcel so it would go in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Jack Haugen. I live at 4824 Adrian Circle in Prior Lake. I was the mayor of Prior Lake when this orderly annexation agreement was put together. I'd like to share several comments. First of all, I've enjoyed the commentary this evening, and I think there's a lot of pieces that are pretty meaningful, and I think that's important. We all take those to hand. The agreement, the orderly annexation agreement, and if you think of the name there, it says orderly annexation agreement. It doesn't say annexation agreement. We've all dealt with over the years, if we've been involved in a township or a city that's adjacent to a township, annexation agreements that weren't orderly. And they develop lots of conflict between residents, between cities and townships, and unnecessary conflict that none of us need. The agreement that we negotiated then, Gene Behrens was the chair of the Spring Lake Township. Steve Pearson was a township board member. Councilmember Jim Peterson joined me as the city representative. And our purpose was to eliminate and minimize conflict in annexation area regarding annexation and extension of municipal utilities, and to provide certainty to the property owners and to assist property owners with their personal long-term financial planning, creating a win-win situation, not forced upon someone at some point in time when it's not appropriate for them. Gene Behrens and I became good friends during this process. We had met a time or two. This was the beginning of the second year that I was mayor. I knew Gene, but I didn't know him well. And I truly wish he was here today to share what our shared vision was 20 years ago. I do recall that we met 10, 12, 15 times as a small committee. There were some major issues at first that nearly derailed the effort. Issues like how to avoid the I win, you lose perception, financial concerns for both parties, how state statutes apply in different scenarios, how transition to city taxes would apply for individual landowners, and how they, the township supervisors, could create a belief in their constituents that they were not selling out to the city. But over time, we found that we're working for the same outcomes, just with different lenses. I believe it was only when we started talking about what we, the city of Prior Lake, could do for the townships that we started making progress. It was only then, with discussion on the parks expansion into the township, the sewer and water extension, the south side of Spring Lake, that there appeared to be some common base of which we would and could proceed. We each wanted to serve our respective constituents, there's no question about that. And that meant that we consider residential portions with respect to their homestead and residential positions, not portions, with respect to their homestead and business investment, both short and long term. We weren't in the business then, the four of us were working through this and creating a focus where people would win short term and others would lose long term. It was how can we provide an environment where everyone can win short and long term. We wanted to have, this meant that we wanted to protect our shared and cherished land that we all believe in and want to protect. the final interests of both the city and the township, and ultimately the vision for our individual and collective development futures. As meetings progressed, we began working as one city and one township, as partners, not as adversaries, working to identify proper timelines for the future. Some of our target timelines are accurate, some not, we know that. But I think you'd maybe have a little humor here if you knew in one of our last conversations between Gene and Steve and Jim and I, when I can't remember who it was, said, why don't we push this out 25 years? Why don't we go further south of 282 than what we did? And the comment came back from Gene and I to the others, we think 20 years is enough of a target because we can't guarantee anything, but in a spirit of cooperation, we think that's fair, we can work toward that, because who of any of us could guarantee we would have a recession as we did in late 2007, 2008, and early 2009. I think the message there is pretty simple. But here we are today. The final annexation agreement acknowledged here has been defined and will become urban or suburban in character, which will create municipal infrastructure demands. History's borne that out. With the new agreement at that point in time, there was a change in city behavior. We started to plan and to prepare for property to come into the city. 2 township parks were completed very, very quickly. Sewer and water extension projects in the township along Spring Lake were approved in construction. And without city sewer and water capacity, both of these projects would not happen. Since 2003, the city and county have been investing in infrastructure to support development in this area and beyond. Many parcels, including 1,100 acres. I heard the comment that the city's done nothing. I can't buy that one. I can't buy that one. Did we meet the target? No. Did we do nothing? No, and I could use a word that starts with B, and I won't. But we've annexed 1,100 acres into the orderly annexation area without conflict. Utilities have been extended to support that development. Nothing has changed because of these 53 acres that have fallen out of the orderly annexation agreement. The city is still ready to provide the municipal services to the entire orderly annexation area. The question is when. And if any of you have the answer to that, I'd sure like to know. Or maybe we could run out to Mystic Lake real quick. The point being, we don't know. We can only establish targets, and targets were established in the orderly annexation agreement. Targets need to be revisited, in my opinion. Just like we said then, when Gene and I were sitting there, we don't want to go out 25 years. 20 is good. Let's go out this far, no further. But now the time has come, in my opinion, to create a new orderly annexation agreement. Outside of this issue, I think that time has come. And I think that will only happen if we develop between the city and the township, city leaders and the township supervisors, a cooperative agreement, a partnership where everybody wins and nobody loses. With reference to this specific recommendation the county staff is to deny, I would support that denial as it stands, but I would encourage the combination of looking at things in a new lens of partnership, working together, so there is no loser and everyone can win over time. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Do my duty here.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Mike Miser. I was the mayor of the city of Prior Lake from 2010 to 2012, during the years that decimated the economy. And actually, at this point, I'll tell you that probably stopped development during my time in office for 5 to 10 years, is what I saw, which makes these things, the best laid plans, forget it. You know, when something hits that hard, it makes those things extremely difficult. I was also the president of Prior Lake Spring Lake Watershed from 2018 to 2022. So those are the eyeglasses that I come here this evening with to share some thoughts. But first of all, because I've been on your side of this dais here, I would like to tell you, I want to thank you for the time and commitment, what you're doing here late at night to try and help develop Scott County into a better place. Development matters, and what you're doing here matters. And when I was writing a few notes, I got hit by a story that I saw about the impact of development in not my time, but Mayor Haugen's time, Mayor Hedberg, and Mayor Briggs' time. And that was a decision to, when Highway 13 was getting routed south, past Prior Lake, through County Road 21, originally, and it created all sorts of havoc. Everybody knows it today, right? It's extremely close to downtown, to County Road 20, or to Main Street in downtown, and that wreaked havoc when the community started to develop. It meant nothing at the time. So I had to ask, well, why is that road that close to this town? And here's what I learned. It was about 100 yards to the east of that in the initial planning stages. But there were some issues for a landowner. So they said, okay, let's move it 100 yards. It's just 100 yards. For decades, it didn't mean anything to us. But what it meant longer term and what it meant for the entire community was catastrophic in trying to figure out how we're going to deal with this growing community. And a decision that was made, 20 years earlier for 100 yards. So it matters. And what you're doing and the decisions you're making tonight matter not just for this one decision on this one property, but for how this community develops for the next 20, 30, 40 years. Whenever it gets developed, the decisions matter. And so I thank you for that and those who serve. So with that, I served during that very difficult time. And I've heard that people said, there wasn't much happening in the annexation. Well, I'll tell you, we actually annexed 4 properties during that period of time. One of those properties had an annexation date of 2004, which will speak to some of the timeframes that were off, right? And this is even in the downturn that we had. But it was the west parcel of Spring Lake. The septic systems were failing and polluting Spring Lake and Upper Prior. And those lakes are impaired. That's not the only reason, of course, but they're impaired. And the watershed has been trying to fix that up. Septic systems are bad for their water resources and for those gems in the community that we have here in Scott County, Spring Lake, Upper, and Prior Lake, and they have been polluted by septic systems. So making the right decision to remove septics, we got involved even at that time to annex that property and bring sewer to the west part of Spring Lake to fix that. We also extended city sanitary sewer to the county's public works facility just across the street from this. So it too, its septic system was failing. Now, as far as we know, it hadn't leached into the water, polluting the waters yet, but septic systems fail. And they do, where do they go? They go into the water. And so we ended up extending, and we invested in building and planning, the oversizing the roads, the sewer, and the water to serve that annexation area for decades. So we extended it there. It's what good planners do to put that stuff and that infrastructure in place to get proper and healthy development in our community. That area is the upper watershed. I couldn't remember one of you gentlemen ended up asking, like, why does that matter in this piece of property? This is our upper watershed. A watershed is defined by hydrological boundaries. All the water that drops within that defined area makes its way to the river. That is in the upper watershed. All the water that falls on that goes into Spring Lake and Upper Prior, 2 impaired lakes already. So it matters. Putting septic systems, for me, I wrote down here, good planners use the comprehensive plan to guide development for good community development. And putting septic systems in right now it's not in the comp plan, it's not good development. And so for me and the eyeglasses I have to share with you tonight, please don't put the investments in the urban services that will serve this community further down in our county. Please don't put those at risk or minimize those. Please don't amend the comp plan to include commercial septic systems. They can put our lakes and natural resources at risk. And please, gentlemen, please continue to serve our community and make good decisions. for the long-term health of this county. So thank you. Good planning matters. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Let me quickly sign in.
Okay.
Well, you're being subjected to a string of former mayors, and next will come the current mayor. My name is Ken Hedberg. I'm a resident of Prior Lake, have been since 1981. And I was on the city council for 10 years, from the beginning of '07 through the end of 2016. The last 4 of those was the mayor preceding Kurt Briggs, the current mayor. I just have 2 quick points that I'd like to make, which are largely punctuating some things that have already been said. First of all, in many respects, nothing has really changed. Yeah, we've had an annexation agreement that was negotiated 20 years ago after a 30-year agreement that no one was really happy enough with. But the real guiding thing is up on the chart here, up on the display. And you see the gray area south of all the colored areas in the city of Prior Lake. As you all know, those are the future urban expansion areas, including the area that's in question now, which is under the urban reserve. That's the signal from the Met Council and from all of our planning efforts that this is where urban development should be anticipated. And it's urban development that will require municipal services. And that's what's going to happen. That's the signal that really began 50 years ago. And the specific annexation agreements that we might deal with or not deal with don't change that long-term land use vision. And by the way, I want to emphasize a point that former Mayor Miser mentioned. I really appreciate the role that you have. I see the Planning Commission, whether it's municipal or the county level, one of the most important commissions that exists. Land use and regulating land use is like it's what almost everything springs from that as a foundation. So I really appreciate your efforts. Thank you. So nothing really has changed. The question is, do future, and by the way, the annexations that have occurred in the last 20 years include several hundred acres that were not in the annexation area. They were annexed by petition or by, so annexation into the gray area ultimately will take place. That's the signal that's been sent for 50 years. That's one point. The second point, then I'll move on. The second point is something that hasn't really been touched on in enough detail. You know, some elements of the comprehensive plan have much longer time horizons than the planning that's done in the city or county levels. In particular, the sanitary sewer plans and the transportation plans. I want to highlight an element of the transportation plan. The 2040 transportation plan and the 2030, and I believe the 2020, if I recall right, I was part of all of those, identified that County Road 13 through Prior Lake would ultimately be redesignated as a county road. And that County Road 17, Marshall Road, would ultimately be redesignated as Highway 13, creating a Highway 13 that would run from 169 at the north to Highway 19 in the south and become a principal arterial, the highest classification of highway, running north and south through Scott County. In that context, and that's the signal that we as the city leaders understood. What that means is that this intersection that we're talking about is ultimately will become a major hub, commercial and industrial hub in the heart of Scott County. That's what we should all be planning on. I personally, I mean, it could be 30, 40 years out. I personally think it's going to be shorter than that. And by the way, the idea of a cooperative compromise absolutely makes sense. It absolutely makes sense. I personally believe that part of that ought to include, if Jason and Mayor Briggs are successful in their efforts, that we'll get that sanitary sewer extended extended all the way down to this location within a reasonable period of time, so it's not 5 or 10 or 15 years down the road. But that principal arterial that Highway 13 will become is something we need to take into consideration. Think of what a principal arterial is. You probably are all aware of this. County Road 42 is a principal arterial. Everyone involved in the Scott County and the Dakota County recognize that for decades they made mistakes, allowing development much too dense. So if you want to go from Prior Lake to Rosemont, you might have to go through 40 stoplights. That's not the way a principal arterial is supposed to work. We're going to have a major highway ultimately running north-south from 169 down to 19. And this intersection is going to be a major commercial and industrial hub. That's what the future will bring. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thank
Any
you very much for your
questions?
comments. I don't think so. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. Jim Larson. So I'm the owner of Fieldstone that you guys worked with me on last year. We have community well, which is a 12-inch well, and we have individual septic sites. We tried to pass a community septic, but the township wasn't for it, and then we had neighbors that weren't for it. After the fact, everybody agreed we should have had it. Steve Henches bought a piece of property in 2000. Prior Lake, I graduated in Prior Lake in 1988. I still farm in Prior Lake, just south on Mushtown Road, and they're still not down there. The Bussey Farm's sitting there, which the ball fields are the furthest south that they are. And until last year on County Road 12, so the moral of my story is they've had since their agreement in 1972, they haven't done anything with it. Now they want to stop somebody that wants to put a project in like I did, and it's a huge success story, which the county knows it is. The lot's all sold out within 6 months. John Mazenbrink was doing all the work. We have no problems with the septic systems because the toilet only gets flushed 5 times a day in each building, literally. Nobody's there. There's 2 businesses that came from Prior Lake because of Prior Lake doesn't want those types of businesses there. They're in my industrial park. They're fantastic neighbors. They have 20 employees each. And the tax base in my one development and Steve's one development is twice the capacity that you're getting from those 44 neighbors that were causing all the problems across on 245th on mine. So there's I own another piece of property in Greenville Township. I went to a Greenville Township meeting. So the annexation from Northfield made the township give them quite a few hundred acres. 500 was the name from one of the town board people. To this day, 10 years later, there's nothing built in there. So is Steve supposed to wait for Prior Lake to decide what they're going to do? Or do you guys want to have the tax base over the next 20 years? Because we got to remember, we haven't gone far since 1972. Steve paid the generation of taxes on his building that the township needs, and there's no harm in septics. Otherwise, Scott County wouldn't have a septic system in a well across at the maintenance department by Dairy Lane, would they? I don't know why these guys are so against wells and septics, but I'm pretty confident that everybody that helped me with mine. And here's the other thing that Newmarket and what's that town? Elko had my piece of property strong-held like this one, and they let go of it because they had that same aggressive agenda and they knew they'd never get to my piece of property on 245th and Pillsbury. That's how we got it released. And if I could say anything, I would strongly suggest that you allow Steve Henches to do the same thing that you allowed Jim Larson and John Mazenbrink to do on Fieldstone. Because there's no harm done with the community with a couple of wells and septics. You got to remember, there's only going to be 7 of them. There's a lot more wells and septics in Prior Lake than 7 on his piece of property. Thank you.
Thank you for the
Mr.
comment.
Chair, I just have one comment on septic in that. Years in the 70s and 80s, they probably made a lot of septic systems in field, in the ground. Nowadays, in clay soils like we have here, it's going to be a mound system. So they're well-engineered septic systems. It's not going to pollute, like a lot of do fail, but they're not mound systems. They were in field systems. And I think the engineering can provide good value too. I mean, that the septic systems will work fine, and especially until the city comes in with sewer and water, 20, 30 years. And we require them to have a backup place just in case they do fail, which I doubt if they would if they put a mound system in.
Correct. I have minor mound systems, and I have an alternate, and I have a primary. And he's going to have 7 of them, and I have 9 of them.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lisa Quinn, and I'm a Spring Lake Township Supervisor. Currently, I reside on Spring Lake. I've lived in 2 places, so right now I'm on Spring Lake Circle in Jordan, but in Spring Lake Township, I have a lake lot, and it is on sewer and well. It is in the orderly annexation area. Until then, I'm in Spring Lake Township. Nobody seems to be too concerned about my septic and my well. And so everybody keeps telling me that it's just fine. So the argument that septics and wells are not good for the lake, I do understand that and agree to it to a certain extent, but you can't just selectively apply that logic. It has to be based upon science and fact and age of the system. I will tell you specifically about this parcel. It is essential for Spring Lake Township's survival to have this tax base to retain this tax base in our township, especially with an orderly annexation looming. We're going to be losing 11% of our tax base if the orderly annexation goes through as planned in 2024, the end of 2024. And this parcel, which has fallen out, will help us make up for some of that lost revenue and support the rest of our township, of which it is very large. We have, Ted and I were just discussing, 72 miles of township road to maintain and more being turned over at all times. So I would ask you to please consider our point of view in this situation and allow us to retain this parcel for at least a period of time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Commissioners and Chair. I'm your, ghost of Mayor Present, Prior Lake. And many comments have been shared. I guess I'd like to touch on an assertion and a thought here. The agreements and the time, and you heard former Mayor Haugen speak to it. These agreements are bilateral agreements. These are not by any stretch a unilateral agreement where you have a city prevailing upon, pushing upon. You have comprehensive plans that are signed by 4 parties every 10 years. The comprehensive plan that Prior Lake completed in 2020 included this annexation area. That comprehensive plan was signed off on by the Spring Lake Township, by Scott County, and by, of course, the Metropolitan Council. So you heard previous mayors and others speak to 1972 and an orderly annexation agreement. I'm going to stand before you and say that start with the end in mind. I'm going to ask that you deny this, but really as a catalyst to get the conversation going again. The orderly annexation conversation is not where it needs to be, and it needs to move forward. Certainly the annexation, the timing we just heard on the parcel in 2024, that was also the ending date because that was the parcel that got sewer and water first. That was essentially the impetus behind the orderly annexation agreement that came to terms in 2003 that Gene Behrens and Jack Haugen spoke of. And the time was allotted to allow for the payment of the bonds that went into some of that infrastructure by the township. But the township has known of this for over 20 years. And so here we are today. So part of my prepared testimony that I've gone off script is this. I have not overseen any of the annexation areas in the orderly annexation agreement. None of these numbers have come to fruition, as you've heard previously. But I have been here to negotiate with the Shakopee Metatawakan Sioux community for a $3 million water treatment facility that will serve 100% of the water needs in this area without an additional water tower or water treatment plant. So those comprehensive plans that were signed off on in 2010 and in 2020 had significant implications as it related to investments that we needed to make on behalf of not the city of Prior Lake, but for this area. And so not only you've heard at length the sewer infrastructure that was spoken of and the sizing of the infrastructure, and yes, the oversizing of a lift station at the base of Stemmer Road and County 12. So our part of the agreement, as it were, was to prepare, so that when annexation did occur, that the systems were in place. So as I started with, and I'll conclude my comments with, I very much so, in representing the Prior Lake City Council, I have two city council members that are here with me this evening, Councilmember Kevin Burkhart, Councilmember Zach Braid, who sits on the annexation. Both of these gentlemen sit on the annexation task force. It is job one for us, the city of Prior Lake, to renew this orderly annexation agreement with Spring Lake Township for a host of reasons, not the least of which is relative to the development of this land. While we might debate the proper way to take care of sanitary waste, one thing I think we can all agree on is that we want the best for our community, and the best for our community extends well beyond what the impacts for the city of Prior Lake. As this area builds out with city services, the economic impact, as I heard was stated, oh boy, the city of Prior Lake put some big numbers in there for you. Those big numbers are Scott County numbers. That's for the whole of Scott County. It's not simply for the city of Prior Lake. It's not simply for the school districts that are also, quite honestly, planning on this growth whenever it may occur. So I, again, close with, I request that A, you deny the application before you, B, that you do send a strong message that you'd like to see the city of Prior Lake and the Spring Lake Township do their due diligence, come back with maybe some certainty for the applicant. I think there is a road forward for an opportunity to bring services to that corner quicker than 5 years. And all I would do to share or show for it is what we did in short order on a water treatment agreement versus having to bank on a water tower and a freestanding water treatment facility. And with that, I too would like to thank you for your service very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Chair and board members, good evening. I also want to acknowledge the mayors. Four mayors are here. My late husband uncle was Wally Stock, who was mayor in Prior Lake 17 years. So perhaps Wally's spirit is here tonight. I live at 4121 Heritage Lane, Southeast Prior Lake. I also have property on 18075 Dairy Lane for 23 years. This is in the Spring Lake Business Park. 4 of our employees live in New Prague, 1 in Shakopee, 1 in Sand Creek Township, 2 in Helena Township. That's 100% of my employees live in Scott County, certainly above the 50% that Ted was talking about. The owners in the business park, one just lives a few doors down from me, and some are within 10 miles. That's the owners. I can't speak for their employees. We have a snow plowing contract and a summer road maintenance contract with Spring Lake Township. We also do the snow plowing in Helena Township. We needed to be in the county and in the township. I was Spring Lake clerk for 8 years, and I remember working on the orderly annexation agreement back in the 80s with Dave Unmock. So I don't know if you remember that, but I do remember my house was on 180th Street in the orderly annexation area. It's still not annexed. And in my opinion, trying to remember, it was going to expire. It did expire. Now I want to talk to this board. If you recall, there was a summer bus tour. We went to the YMCA, or you went to the YMCA, because that was a big neighborhood uproar. And the road was an issue. And it was a wonderful thing, absolutely wonderful. You next went to the New Market Business Park. And again, as Mr. Larson said, the neighbors were ballistic. The road was a big issue. Right now, I don't think any of them are issues. As a board, you have dealt with amendments to the comp plan. So this is nothing new. You've done it before, probably once a year, as Mr. Davis said. So from time to time, it needs tweaking. Prior Lake did a lengthy response, and they have $7 million invested in this area. Well, where our business park is, the township has collected about $8.5 million. Yay. I do not know Mr. Henches. I've never met him. But I know that he is well known in Scott County. He's done a lot of work in Scott County, and his business is in Jordan. Now, I'm going to keep this short, but I'm going to read the second last paragraph from the city. It says, although a development such as the one proposed may have a short-term gain for Spring Lake Township, it is our hope that this letter will help Scott County staff and officials appreciate the much more impactful and drastic negative impact on the city of Prior Lake, Jordan School District, Prior Lake Savage Area School District, Scott County, Prior Lake Spring Lake Watershed District, and Spring Lake property owners within the orderly annexation area. Seriously? Seriously? I thought that's the best you could come up with. Anyway, I'm asking you to approve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Your comments?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, my name's Joni Giese. I am the administrator of the Prior Lake Spring Lake Watershed District. The Watershed District is a political subdivision of the state, and our purpose is the conservation, protection, and the management of water resources within our watershed district. So as you had heard from our ex-president Miser, who used to serve on our board, both Spring Lake and Prior Lake have been designated as impaired water bodies by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency for excess nutrients. And so the watershed district has been working very diligently to try to clean up the quality of the water quality within those lakes. In addition, 30 square miles of Spring Lake Township drains into Spring Lake, which then drains into Prior Lake. And then there is one 36-inch pipe that drains Upper Prior Lake to the Minnesota River. There's a stretch of a 36-inch pipe. That's kind of our constraint right there. So during large flood events, the infrastructure around Prior Lake starts to flood and causes problems for emergency vehicle access for the residents of Prior Lake. So we are also working very hard to reduce flooding within Prior Lake. And so as mentioned about our study, you know, you're correct. The project that we are talking about for this parcel would reduce flooding on Prior Lake by 1/10 of a foot. And that doesn't sound like much. But once again, we understand that it's going to take a number of projects to get us. So we get 1/10 of a foot with this project, 1/10 of a foot with our project, and then after 6 projects, we have 1/2 a foot of flood reduction. And that's the way it has to work. And with this gentleman who was also looking very hard to try to find a development site, the watershed district is also looking very hard to try to find property owners in that 30-mile drainage area to try to implement our projects for water quality and flood reduction. So the wetland that's on this property and also extends down into the Ames property is designated in our water resource management plan, which is essentially our comprehensive plan, as a high priority wetland for restoration. In addition, our plan also calls for to prohibit any loss of wetlands within our watershed district. So the goal would be to take this wetland and to restore it and also to create a wetland bank here. So, because right now, when wetlands are impacted within the district, people are buying wetland credits down in Mankato. And what we really want to do is to make sure all the mitigation happens within our watershed district. So this is a perfect site for this. So with that, we did have one meeting with the developers about this project to share our vision and goals. But we've had just one meeting, and we understand that these projects take numerous meetings to be able to really try to figure out how to move forward with it. So with that, I just want to reiterate, yes, we've had a meeting, but I just want to point of clarification. My Board of Managers still maintain the point of position that they have with the letter that they submitted, that they are opposed to this comprehensive amendment, comprehensive plan amendment.
Thank you very
Thank
much for
you.
your comments.
Can I ask one quick question? Ted Kowalski.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if you'd ask Joni a quick question. Is it any different if it was city property going to be developed as industrial for the city? I mean, it should be the same problem, whether it's city property or township property.
You know, dollars talk. And to be quite honest, you know, it costs money. We were talking about the cost for the district to secure this property. And probably the cost to secure the property under its current zoning would probably be more amenable to the district than if it were zoned industrial.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, Jason Woodell again, Prior Lake City Manager. Just a couple of points I just wanted to mention. It's been mentioned this evening that this is a policy discussion. This is not a policy discussion. This request is directly related to and in direct conflict with the county and the city's state statutory mandated comprehensive plans. This is just not Prior Lake making decisions to plan. The state requires this through the Metropolitan Council, and we all work together to put that plan together. So this is not a Scott County policy decision. It's not a City of Prior Lake policy decision. We've been meeting with Spring Lake Township for the last couple of years to try to put a new orderly annexation agreement together. In fact, we actually had a meeting last year, and we invited Scott County planning staff to come and speak because we wanted to know what would be the impact if, unfortunate as it may be, if we were not able to enter into a new agreement, what does that mean? And we were informed that regardless of an active annexation agreement, The area is still able to be served with municipal services, so county staff would not support amendments to the land use plan to allow for development on individual sewers. And this is consistent with our understanding. This area has been planned to be connected to utilities. The county and the city have made very large investments to provide that capability, and nothing has changed. We understand Mr. Hench's his desire to develop, and we encourage it, and we're supportive of that, and we want to help facilitate that. As I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, sewer and water is 4,000 feet away. We're working to accelerate that extension of utilities. It would not be development driven. So you've heard others mention, well, the absorption of all this land would have to happen first. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking proactively extending sewer and water ahead of development to be on the front end of it, not waiting for development to bring it along as it goes along. Commissioner Huber, you had mentioned about having them prepare for connection to sewer and water if they developed now. I'm hearing conflicting messages because I'm also hearing that septic systems work. They can be engineered to do well. We've seen in their report from their soils engineer that they've got a main site and an alternate site available to those properties. So if those function, there would be zero motivation for them to ever petition to be annexed into the city to connect to city sewer and water and pay the fees that would be required of them to connect if they have a perfectly well-functioning septic system. The example that the township's engineer gave of, well, it works, we've connected sewer and water to that area along the south side of Spring Lake. Well, they had no choice. They had failing septic systems. They had no alternative location. They had terrible soils. They couldn't do anything but connect. And that's the only reason why they agreed to be annexed into the city. So without that, there wouldn't be any motivation for those business owners if they built their businesses out there to ever connect to city sewer and water. The concern we have as a city is really this. If this property is allowed to develop on sewer, a septic, and well, what about the next property to the south or the property on the other side of Highway 13? How could you, as a board, say, well, it was okay for him, but not for you? This is setting a precedent. And if that is allowed to occur, I have a problem going back to my city council and saying, we should invest more money in extending sewer and water when we have no idea how many of these properties are ever actually going to connect. That is too risky of a proposition to use taxpayer dollars on the hope that some of these property owners may petition us in the future to come in if and when they have a failing septic system. Well, if that's the case, we have to put the brakes on extending sewer and water, not just to this area, but the rest of the annexation area, because we don't know what that is going to look like in the future. And that impacts every one of these landowners that owns land in this orderly annexation area. Their land is much more valuable connected to sewer and water than it is on large acre well and septic lots. And the impact to them would be hundreds of thousands of dollars. Not to mention the overall development of all that colored area on the map, the pink and the purple and the yellow. If that doesn't develop on city sewer and water, it's hundreds of millions of dollars in valuation difference on how that develops compared to how it would develop with city sewer and water. And that was the point we were trying to make. So we do support staff's recommendation of denial because this development is premature until municipal utilities are available, and approval of the request would negatively harm the financial values of the property owners that have land in and around this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Weedle, could you
Mr. Watson.
comment a little bit more on your comment was water and sewer extension is not related to residential development. And if that's the case, we had the situation that developed with the New Market Business Park surrounded by residential. So are you saying that this water and sewer development program
south on 13 headed for this piece of property is not going to be related to developing all those residential areas and ultimately come around and surround that piece of property.
Commissioner Watson, what I'm saying is the land uses that are guided for single-family, multifamily, commercial, that will all stay the same. And what I'm saying is we're trying to put a plan together to accelerate just the sewer and water down 17 to get to this intersection. It'll still have stubs along the way that will serve those future residential areas. But waiting for residential development to bring the sewer pipe with it to get down here, we agree it could take a while, and that's why working with Scott County CDA, they also see the value in accelerating the sewer and water to this intersection because there is a need for commercial and industrial development in this area of Scott County, and let's not wait for residential development to bring that pipe down. Let's get ahead of it ourselves.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I still feel you can still plan for it down the line, and I'm not a lawyer, I'm an engineer, I'm not a lawyer, but I would believe that you could sit with some type of agreement with people buying property in here to say there will be sewer and water here, no matter what, and you have to plan for it, you have to be able to pay for it, and that's part of the agreement. If you don't want it, you don't buy, you don't own this property. I think there could be some type of agreement on that. I'd have to believe.
Yeah, I think, I'm not going to speak for the applicant, so they would have to maybe answer that question. But if, for example, if we are there in 2 years, if all the best case scenarios happen and we're able to work with the CDA and get funding and we get the sewer and water there in 2 years, and they've just invested, again, hundreds of thousands of dollars in their on-site septic systems and wells, if they would agree in writing that in 2 years from now, when we get the sewer and water there, they're going to hook up and annex to the city and pay all the connection charges?
It could be 2 years, it could be 20 years. We don't know.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Commissioner
Why can't you speed up your, that 4,000 feet sewer system now to reconcile with their construction plans or the timeline?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. That is what we're working on. We're working with the Scott County CDA to get the study completed that would show where the alignment of that sewer and water would come, the design of it, put cost estimates together, because ultimately we would have to fund it, pre-fund it as the city. We would be advancing the construction costs between the county and the city to get it to that point, rather than waiting for development. So we have to figure out the funding and the design, but the goal is to work through that.
So you have the plan?
There is no plan, there's no engineering plans yet. That's what this study would do.
So why don't you start a plan, make a plan now, and to, tell the property owner that they are working on that, and then you'll come up with a timeline of also for that system to be there, and working along with them, they will know the timeline also, because they also know they have to, whatever construction they have to do, they also have a timeline. So why can't you two reconcile that and work together?
And Commissioner, that's exactly what we would like to do.
Or?
We were on that path. We had started having those discussions, and then this application came forward to have it built on well and septic. So we put the brakes on doing any studies to extend sewer and water to that intersection until we got through tonight's hearing.
Okay.
I had a question.
Sir, you have to come up to the podium.
You have
to step up to the podium. And then start with your name, and please sign in.
My name is Jim McClay, and I live on Marshall Road, and I can see the intersection from my house. I'm in one of those little yellow dots over here on the side. My question is, somebody brought it up here a few minutes ago, that the septic system for the county garage, my understanding is there's no septic system there, it's pumped out. Is that right?
Yes, that's actually correct. The Scott County Public Works Facility, their septic system failed. They looked for opportunities to build an alternate septic system on site. They were unable to do so because of the soils there. So they have a 2-inch line that pumps from Scott County Public Works up County Road 17 to County Road 12, where it ties into our city sewer. They've been tied into our city sewer system for a number of years now.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And thank you for your comments.
Good evening, Douglas Johnson. I am Vice President of Johnson Trucking. We are on Dairy Lane. We have been there since 2000. We're very proud of our little development. We think it's a unique gem. There was no place for us. 4 of the businesses on our street were forced out of our previous locations because of infiltration of residential properties that forced us. We had no choice. We had nowhere to go. We were lucky to find this. It's a central location in our county. The highway department's next door. They chose that location because it's central. It's on state highways. There's no road restrictions. You can get in and out in the springtime. It's a really neat area. Our businesses all get along. There has been no crime. We have the sheriff right next door. We've needed them a few times. The response time is less than a minute usually. It's a very nice area. To hear all this expansion, since we've been there, all I've heard is the Hammer Farm got purchase agreement by Horton Homes. They're gonna develop it, falls through. The Valence property falls through. The Horton project that's there now, it's my understanding there's 29 lots there. There's 4 of them are sold. The rest of them are vacant. For the city to invest $700,000 on it might happen, I'd be mad if I was a city resident thinking they spent this much of our tax money on a maybe. We have a contract with the township. We had a very tough winter plowing snow. We needed to upgrade equipment. I did not buy a truck till after we had a signed 3-year contract. I don't understand why they feel that we should buy this, that they invested so much in this area when they have no contract with it. It's expired. They have no reason to come down here. They just don't want it because if it ever would happen, they think it's an eyesore. Well, I don't think that way. I believe we need areas like this for businesses like ours. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good evening, I'm Jordan Haig. I live at 20410 Lake Ridge Drive. And I'm here on behalf of my wife, my family, and the small business we represent. And just to speak to the demand, I'm a construction guy. I'm not going to be as eloquent as all the mayors in the room and the educated people. But no, we're kind of in the same place that Lee's coming from. Scott County's been a great partner of ours. I office out of the old school. Right off of Langford Way. And through that, using that school, we have offices in there and we have partnerships with the community schools and them bringing students out, whether it's the MCAPS program at Prior Lake or, other unique, industrial technology classes. It's great to have them in and kind of show them what we do and show them pictures and everything, but we don't get to give them the full process. Our current warehouse facility, we have one in Farmington and we have one in Egan, both Dakota County. That's all that we found available to us, and in searching for the last 3 or 4 years and working with Yvonne and her team, this opportunity came up tonight. And I just wanted to come as a small business owner, as a family member in the Spring Lake Township, and thank you to everybody that's put in the time for the studies. There's a lot that goes into this beyond, my little, self piece, but I just wanted to share in favor of what the opportunity brings for the family and the community as we employ people from New Prague, Jordan, Minnesota, multiple Spring Lake Township folks. We really love it, and we're excited about the growth. We're excited about the opportunities. We hope it's not that far out, but I understand there's a process to all of this, but we just want to encourage and say thank you for supporting the community and what everybody does here.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Good evening. My name is Ben Heller. I live in Spring Lake Township, 5842 5th Street East. And I'm not here. I don't know really anybody here. I've been before this board a little over a year ago, I believe, for our IUP. And I'm grateful for that approval because without that, we wouldn't have what we have now. We built a facility at our home. We're operating there. And we're happy with that. But I have a few points I wanted to just mention, and probably you don't even need to be told, commissioners, what I'm going to say, but I'm going to just, so you hear it coming from a resident. I'm here to express my support for this industrial area. I think it should happen, and honestly, well, I'll just leave it at that. I believe it needs to happen because if I needed a place to be, where am I going to go? If my business would change and now we can't operate from our home with an IUP, where am I going to go? I've only lived in Spring Lake Township, Scott County, since the fall of 2020, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't understand and be involved with what's happening because I feel that I should. And my last point is, for me, I'm a simple person. I'm hardworking. I'm honest, and I just can't see a good reason why you should not approve this amendment to the plan and allow this development. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Casey McCabe. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Prior Lake. You've received comments this evening suggesting that since this property has fallen out of the orderly annexation agreement, this request is justified, but nothing else has changed. So whether this parcel is included in an actual orderly annexation agreement or not, it has no effect on the current land use of Urban Business Reserve or the City of Prior Lake's ability to serve it with municipal utilities. All falling out of the agreement means is that a request such as this one is now considered by the Scott County Planning Commission and the County Board as opposed to the Orderly Annexation Board, and the process for annexation now involves a property owner petition instead of by resolution as we previously did. That is all that has changed. So the city still intends to serve this area with sewer and water, and the current land use designation is correct for that. The intent of the Urban Business Reserve planning category is clear. It was established to preserve land for future commercial or industrial development for urban services. So a comment was raised about a contract. That was the contract. With or without an orderly annexation agreement, this land cannot develop without urban services. So that is why the City of Prior Lake has been making the investment that it has. The Land Use and Growth Management chapter of the Scott County Comprehensive Plan identifies several goals. One of the goals highlighted in the staff report states land use designations and related zoning classifications shall be changed only when it can be demonstrated that such modifications are in the best long-term interest of the county. Such land use changes shall occur only when they, 1, promote land use compatibility, 2, meet the goals and policies of the county's comprehensive plan, or 3, are based on changes to conditions or errors in the plan. We do not believe this request meets any of those 3 criteria to support the change to the land use amendment. It does not promote compatibility, does not meet the goals and policies of the county's comp plan, and the change is not a result of an error in the 2040 comprehensive plan. The land use chapter also includes a written reasoning to support each one of those specific goals. The reasoning identified for that goal that is included in the staff report states land use zoning should not be changed simply to accommodate a proposed use, but should be established and maintained to the extent necessary to assure compatibility of adjacent land uses. As indicated in the county staff report, this development does not ensure compatibility of adjacent land uses. The proposed development is incompatible with future uses and would permit commercial industrial development served by private wells and on-site septic systems in an area that has been planned for future urban development served with municipal utilities. The proposed development is not only incompatible with county plans, it is also incompatible with the land use, transportation, wastewater, and water supply chapters of the City of Prior Lake Comprehensive Plan. The proposed land use amendment is not based on an error in the Scott County Comprehensive Plan. The current land use designation of urban business reserve is appropriate as the City of Prior Lake is planning and has invested a significant amount of money to have the capacity to serve this area with public utilities. And finally, as identified in the county staff report, the proposed land use plan amendment does not meet the goals and policies of the county's comprehensive plan and is in fact inconsistent with several of the goals, including inconsistent with the goal to guide development to appropriate areas to ensure desirable land use patterns that provide for public infrastructure, a goal to promote cooperation for planning and implementing strategies for extending utilities in future urban areas. It's inconsistent with a goal to encourage jurisdictions to properly plan for orderly extension of public utilities, a goal to discourage premature development or subdivisions that may obstruct the logical future extension of utilities, and inconsistent with a county goal to hold land in commercial industrial reserve until urban services are provided. Prior Lake planning staff supports the county staff recommendation of denial because we feel the proposed development is incompatible with future uses. It's incompatible with Scott County and City of Prior Lake comprehensive plans. It does not meet the goals and policies identified in the 2040 Scott County comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
If I may, I'd like to finish up for the township. All that sounds really good. That's all incompatible, incompatible, incompatible. That's based on a 20-plus-year-old plan that all those areas that they didn't take shows that that plan was an error. That's why we're here today asking for a small amendment to the plan to let the township have 3% of this whole area so we can have some tax base and we can grow right now, okay? Dairy Lane pays $226,000 a year in taxes. This will pay like $350 a year for the next 20 years until they get there. Why didn't they start extending this pipe in 2015 when we turned Hinches down then? Really? Now, now we're gonna do it. They're not gonna get anywhere. They're gonna look at the cost of that and go, oh, we can't do that. Sorry, we turned Hinches down and yeah, we're not gonna get a pipe there. Don't do it for Hinches. Do it for Spring Lake Township. We need the tax base. Scott County needs these type of jobs and these kind of businesses that don't get supported well in a city environment. It's not the whole thing. We're not scrapping their $7 million investment. We're talking 53 acres out of 1,800 acres. We're asking you to make a small amendment to the plan. To stand on the plan and make no changes to it after 20 years, I think that's kind of like putting your head in the sand. Really? You were so accurate 20 years ago that, by God, we're going to have this plan to the 100% T. 97% is a win. 3% for us is a big win. So we can both win here tonight, not just the city and the township ends up with nothing. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Would anyone else like to make comment? Well, first off, before I close the public hearing, I'm going to thank everyone for coming up and speaking tonight. I've been a planning commissioner for 30 years, municipal and county. And I think that I can't remember a public hearing where I've heard so many divergent and valid comments coming forward and descriptions of what's been going on here. I've known about ordinary annexations for the whole time I've been on this board. When I was a Prior Lake planning commissioner, I knew about them from that side too. But I learned more tonight about a lot of the things that are going on with this. And I had no idea. I have to tell you this, and how we're here tonight. When I read this report, I was surprised by it. But I'm going to entertain a motion right now to close the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, may I ask, maybe if you don't mind, the township and the city to come up to the podium, please? The city, whoever from the city.
You know, you wouldn't think we like each other, but we.
No fighting, no
Yeah, there's
fighting.
no fighting here.
I
Actually,
want
if
to ask
could,
it.
Melissa?
Would you want a picture?
No. If we're going to hear, what I hope we're going to hear, again, to me, what this represents is an elected component of this relationship and who really makes it happen. The fact is, if I may indulge the board, elected don't always agree with each other. As a matter of fact, we come in and we come at things oftentimes not necessarily receptive to counter opinions. And yet staff, city manager and clerk are the glue that keep us together. Memos written. And that to me is, we, at the end of the day, are accountable, all of us. So if there's something to be said, at least from my perspective, to the city of Prior Lake, I want to stand with my city manager, and I would think Chair Kowalski would likewise. I would stand with his clerk.
The question I have is, if this got approved, to say that we agree to approve this, would the city sit down with the township and plan for sewer and water? In other words, have the, part of the development, they bring in sewer and water, stub it into the street and ready for it to come, even though they're going to have septic and it costs extra money. But would the city and township agree with that? And second, would they also, and again, I'm not a lawyer, but someone have an agreement saying, you people that buy this property, down the line, sewer and water's coming and you're going to have to pay for it. But if you bring it in now, at least not the big pipe, but just infrastructure around it, you can have it ready to go, so it's not so hardship for the people that own it already. Would that be agreeable or not agreeable?
I think it would be to the township. It would also be up to the property owner because they'd be making that investment in it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we'd be happy to sit down. We're always willing to talk things through.
Yeah, I know they, they argue that, well, we put money into sewer and water, but they have to recognize infrastructure's coming. It might be 2 years, it could be 40 years. But I mean, down the line, I think there should be agreement with the city and the township to bring sewer and water into this property long-term.
Sure. And yep, I hear what you're saying and I agree. We'll sit down with them. It's up to the property owner. But here's the other side. They got 525 acres of township ground tied up for general business and industrial, and the Maxfield study says they need 40 acres by 2040. Well, when do they ever use up the other 450 acres before they get to this 50 acres? I don't know that they, not to argue with her, Commissioner Huber, I don't know that this 53 acres in the end is all that important to them. I understand the precedent question, but you can't say no to curing cancer for this guy because somebody else might ask you for the same cure.
Yeah. It seems like there should be some agreement there, but.
Commissioner Huber, if I may, if I may. First, I'm going to allow City Manager Waddell to address your question directly. I challenge the assertion that they have something tied up. This is a bilateral agreement, two parties. As recently as 2020, Spring Lake Township signed off on these plans. That was after 2015 when applicant came forward. So what you have here are two, I know, good faith representatives of the community, but this is not the city asserting its will on a township. It is not. This is a comprehensive plan, as Mr. Waddell said, statutorily mandated for us to follow. He did address, Commissioner Huber, I believe your question earlier, but I'm going to let him go ahead and restate in terms of what the city of Prior Lake would find agreeable.
I want to be the last.
Commissioner Huber, from the city's perspective, if the landowner would agree that when city sewer and water is immediately available for them to connect to, that they would do so, pay all applicable trunk charges, connection charges, and agree to be annexed into the city at that time, then I think we would certainly entertain that.
My name is Steve Henches, in case of people that don't know me, but I've sat here and listened for 3.5 hours, everybody talking about everything. And, there is a solution to this, and I brought this to the county 15 years ago. They got that 2-inch force main that runs all the way down to County Road 12. I told them I'd step a pipe across the road, sink a lift station, tie into that 2-inch force main, have their pipe drop into our lift station, and I could pump it all the way down there to them. And nobody thought that was a great idea then. But Ray, I like your idea. I don't mind switching everything over. I'm going to keep the well, because that I have to keep for fire suppression. So the city isn't going to get the water on us. That ain't going to work. But the sewer will already be going that way. They just have to make sure that their line will intercept ours, but they can give me the elevation lift station tank. I don't care if it's 35 feet deep, it makes no difference to us. That's what we do for a living, so they can figure out what depth they want, but they just have to tell me where they want me to put it, and I can get the system there. It's not rocket science, it's not that tough. Before you all say no.
Right. Mr. Chair. So let me understand something here. Commissioner Huber has asked if there's any middle ground. And what I think I've heard is that there might be middle ground that involves septic now, an agreement, and if I'm wrong, then correct me, septic now and then agreement to join the water and sewer when it comes. I thought that's what I heard.
Wrong.
Wrong.
The agreement is, I would sit down with the city and say, I'm not gonna take your water. I've got a 12-inch well sunk here for fire suppression. I can bring the sewer to the lift station on the north side of 282, put it in the lift station. Ray knows what I'm talking about. You got a line, that force main that runs down 282 now from, I don't know if it catches Dairy Lane or if it just catches the town, just the highway department, that's all it catches? So it's pretty simple. It just catches the highway department's sewage and it pumps it all the way down to County Road 12. I can tie into that line. They can dump into a big manhole that we set alongside the road. They'll dump into that. I'll set a lift station there, I'll put a pump in that, I'll pick it back up again, and I'll pump it the next down to County Road 12. I will just be the intermittent manhole that can do that.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Huber.
Steve, you're saying that you'd agree to hook up with sewer, but not with water. That's what you're saying, what I hear.
Right.
Why not down the line with water? I know you got the well in there, I know that. But why not the water when it comes
Because
up?
the water line's gonna lay dormant for, they say 2 years, somebody says 20 years. I have no idea. I don't think a water line should lay dormant that long.
Oh.
I mean, our well is gonna be situated in the property where I can get fire suppression to all 6 properties.
But can't you use that existing system and have it ready to go for the city water? I mean, you're building it already.
We could, maybe it might be something feasible.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Watson.
What we're dealing here with is a business plan. And business plans of themselves are wonderful documents, but they need to be flexible. And I think, I'm looking at the group of people standing there on the podium, and I see a lot of decision-making folks. At one time, under one roof, if anything has happened from this public hearing, if we've developed any kind of relationships between the five of you that are standing there, I think we've done quite a bit of, our efforts tonight have been worthwhile.
Well, I think is what, really is what's on the table is if you allow us to do what we want, the township could get some money out of the deal. Or otherwise, like you said, your $7 million is just pissing away. It's just going down the drain on you. So would you rather capture that? And this is a feasible situation. We can make the sewer and water if we need to work. It's not the end of the world. I know I can pump it down a 2-inch line.
If I can,
Because I
Chair,
did it from
if I can,
Sigler
Chair.
All the way down to the lift.
I'd like to, if I can, in all deference, Commissioner Huber, I'd like to restate your question. I would say that what I'd ask for is not a resolve on solving for Mr. Henches as a lone property owner. There's a lot of stakeholders that are not here this evening that have quite a say-so in what occurs here this evening. While Mr. Henches is the applicant that brings this conversation to the board, and rightfully so, it's a compelling moment for a larger question. And that is the whole of the area captured in comprehensive planning that we are statutorily bound to. Any revision to that causes significant challenge for county, city, all the way up the line. And as we heard, if you don't have a contract, why would you make an investment? Great question. We, as a backstop, have been hanging out on the comprehensive plan and the county zoning, as you heard in testimony. To solve for one property owner, one applicant this evening, I would argue is doing a disservice to all the others. But could be the compelling reason that gets us all back in the room talking.
But you've already all talked about not wanting to put an industrial park around a residential development. Well, if you're gonna bring that residential out there with it, are you ever gonna let this be a development again? Or is this gonna turn into residential? How many people are sitting here tonight that you've listened to that said, we have nowhere to go? We can't put our small business just anywhere we want. How many people did you kick out of Prior Lake?
I got 2 in my development.
There you go. So if we're not gonna allow them to go somewhere, what are you gonna let them to do? You're gonna let them run illegal wherever they're gonna go, and he's gonna chase them down, and he's gonna kick them out. So we're trying to make this illegal for everybody in a win-win. That's about all I got to say, unless somebody else got something here.
Thank you.
Didn't we set a precedence with Fieldstone that this will work for Steve Henches because it worked for Jim Larson? We had the same scenario, guys. The city didn't want to let go of my piece of property. They let go of it. We built it. It was in the URB. His is in the URB. What does the city of Prior Lake have to do with it? It's your tax dollars that you're losing out, not the city's, because they're not getting any. They won't for the next 20 years. Thank you for your time.
Off to the races. You guys are earning your pay tonight.
We are. Well, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Let's sit down for a second. I know.
Because I wasn't part of that group.
Yeah, I know. Mayor Hogan, you can.
Isn't the question on a modification of the comp plan
Yes.
not a solution between parties? It just seems to me we're way off straight here.
Well,
that, I mean, it's nice to set the stage for dialogue such as what Mr. Huber is mentioning, but a decision needs to be made about the question at hand.
And we are well aware of that, and we will make that decision. But this happens in this room, and I've seen it happen in this room, that parties come together and find solutions. And parties that have never sat in the room together and talked about this issue in front of everyone. So, and we have seen that happen. We will have to make a decision here on our recommendation to the county board, of course, on what this is. But there's also, because the people sitting up here have done this a lot of times with a lot of issues, we look for solutions. And, you know, whether it's two neighborhoods that have problems getting together, whether it's adjacent uses, that's what we do a lot of. And so when you see us trying to make that happen, there's solutions. There are solutions out there. And when people start listening to what other people's concerns are, that's how you get to those solutions. So, do you want any more?
Not at the moment.
Okay, okay. Then at this time, I'm going to entertain a motion to close.
So moved. I move that we close the public hearing.
That's a motion by Commissioner Robbins. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Pekin. Public hearing is closed. At this time, I'll be open to discussion, or motion on this.
Mr. Chair, I mean, I have a hard time believing that the city and the township can't come up with some reasonable solution to this, to build the commercial, rural, industrial, and eventually go into the city. I think you can plan for that. I think there can be some agreement with people that eventually buy the land, recognizing sewer and water is going to come in. Could be 2 years, could be 100 years, I don't know. But there can be agreement on that, so they know that it's coming and they're going to have to pay for it. So as part of the process, so I would think we should be able to come up with, they should be able to come up with some agreement. You want me to make a motion? Or do you want someone else?
No, you can make a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move we approve the comprehensive plan amendment to re-guide 52.32 acres from commercial reserved to rural industrial, 47.86 acres in general commercial, and 4.46 acres in section 18 Spring Lake Township, noting that I hope that before it goes in front of the county board, that there's some agreement with the city and the township to look at future planning for sewer and water, and there's some agreement for people to buy the property, recognizing you're going to have to pay for that infrastructure down the line. I think there's ways to keep the cost down, so that's my motion.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I will second that motion.
I have a second by Commissioner Watson. Is there any further discussion before I call for a vote on this motion? Hearing none, we have a motion before us. All in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Motion passes 5-1. I'd like to, before we adjourn here, I would like to thank everyone for coming forward and relating to us. What does come to mind here is that there needs to be a lot more communication between the township and the city, and you know, the work that's been accomplished in this area, because there's great challenges with infrastructure around the lakes, and as you come down there, you've accomplished a lot so far, and you know, you're on the right track, but it's one of those things that, you know, when I hear this, it's been going on for years, that the communication has to be better, and you have to get together on this, because your goals are not far apart. We want the landowners to be able to develop their property. You know, we want people to get the highest value for the properties, the best use for the properties. That's what we do. We look out long-term, though. We look out decades and trying to see what does this all look like at the end of the day. You know, when we're at build-out, what does it look like? How do the pieces all fit together? You know, so, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. Entertain a motion to close the meeting at this time? Oh. Yes, I have the manager's report. We're gonna get past this. Okay.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Robbins. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Please? Second by Commissioner. All in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
I'd also like to thank the commissioners tonight. This was a long public hearing, but very good.
It's a classic issue.
Learned a lot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good to see you.